62 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
From Vero Beach down to Boca Raton and out to the muck, we've got you covered all over Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on ESPN 106.3.
Well, we're coming to your city.
HSS Florida presents ESPN West Palm's High School Game Day. We're coming to your city. The biggest games, the most compelling stories, the area's best high school sports coverage. Supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day is also presented by Kaiser University, South Florida Ford, Sports Certified by VitaCost, Moss Plus by Messi, Duffy's Sports Grill, Culligan, Racetrack, Safebound Moving and Storage, and the Boca Raton Bowl.
And we're coming to your city.
Well, we got another week of high school football right here on ESPN 106.3. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Colin Russo with you. I'm alongside Damian Perez. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach, where we got you just about for an hour as we lead you into a little bit of rivalry action. We got a lot of district games this week to break down. We got a big schedule to get into, and we also have a couple coaches to hear from. We got you up until kickoff for the Martin Bowl today. We got South Fork taking on Martin County. There's going to be a 7 p.m. kick. It is at South Fork, so you can stay tuned for that. South Fork coming into the game at 3-3, 0-1 in district, while on the other side, Martin County, Rod Harris has those guys on lockdown at 6-1. So you got a lot to look forward to on that front. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, of course, presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. They got 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS Florida, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Of course, we're going to have a packed catalog of coach interviews tonight and through the night. We got you up until 11 p.m. on the post game. So we'll hear from all the coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area, so stay tuned for that. But we got all that to look forward to, and on top of that, we have a couple games on Thursday. I mean, it's been rainy. Has it not been rainy? A couple rainouts, but a lot of games to break down. In terms of what to look forward to, in terms of what has happened, so St. Andrews wins the 1A District 13. They had a win over Somerset Key. Glade Central won the 2A District 10 with a win over Bishop Verot. Somerset Canyons won 2A District 11. We'll talk to the head coach of Somerset Canyons, Alex Gonzalez, a little later on in the program. We're going to have Jensen, who secured a share of the 4A District 13 win with a win over John Carroll. John Carroll would be in the driver's seat with a win. That's tonight. West Boca will win the 6A District 12 with a win over Dwyer, and with a win tonight, and Dwyer a win over Garden. So a couple things need to happen for them. So the teams that have clinching scenarios tonight, they can be wrapped up in Week 8 tonight with St. Andrews if they win over Somerset Key, if Glade Central wins over Bishop Verot, and if Jensen wins over John Carroll. Some of the games tonight, including Martin County and South Fork, 5-1 versus 3-3. It is a 5A District 13 game. Martin and Palm Bay are both 1-0 in that district, while South Fork and Westwood are both 0-1. Some of the top 63, where we honor some of the top players of football, flag, and tackle throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area that are on Martin County. Marion Queen sitting at number 13, Paul Hendricks. A couple of other guys. Martin County's won 5 straight. They lost their first game of the season to Sebring, and they've scored 21 in all 5 wins and over 40 twice. So this is a team that has figured it out offensively, and Rod Harris, we know how good of a coach he is in the Palm Beach County area. And they've won 5 straight in the series, with each win coming by double digits. They have won 9 of the last 10. 2016 was the last time a game was decided by single digits in the Martin Bowl. So a little bit of pressure with South Fork to perform. And they've lost 2 straight. They started the season by winning 3 in a row. They've scored 21 or plus in all 3 wins. They've scored 10 or less in all 3 losses. So this is a team that if they score, they play well, they usually win the game. They don't score, that's where you run into a lot of trouble. That is what we have seen from South Fork to this point, and they have not finished the regular season with a winning record since 2015. Nothing says breaking a streak like doing it on the 10-year anniversary. That is what South Fork can do tonight. As for West Boca, they're going to be taking on Royal Palm tonight. It's a 6A District 12 game. West Boca's 2-0. Royal Palm's 1-0 in conference, in district, I should say. And as for the other teams, Dwyer is 0-2. Palm Beach Gardens 0-1. Seminole Ridge 1-1. They had their win earlier in the year. They've had a big surprising of a year on that. We'll get into that a little later on in the program. West Boca's won 4 straight. We know how good they are, how much talent they are, and they've only allowed 6 total points in said 4 games. So Royal Palm's going to have all they can handle tonight. In some of the other games, we mentioned it, John Carroll at Jensen Beach. It's a 4A District 13 game. John Carroll and Jensen are both 2-0 in districts. And John Carroll, another talented team with Mickey Grudy running the show over there. Jeremy Pittman at number 22, Micah Coleman, and Trey Jackson, all 3 players on John Carroll who are on our top 63 list. You'll hear from that a little later on in the program. Jensen has won 6 straight coming into the game, so 4 shutouts in 6 games. We know that Tim Caffey will have that defense ready to play, so we'll see what happens there. As for a big win that we saw yesterday, Somerset Canyons won over Kings Academy yesterday. A big win to secure the districts for Somerset Canyons. We'll hear from Alex Gonzalez a little later on. 22-7 was the final score. Kings, of course, has some big-time players, including Hudson Champion. And Somerset on the other side, Zeke Zerfany, the third, is at number 40. Devontae Oliver as well, 45. So Somerset Canyons has talent, and they haven't necessarily had the best of seasons to this point, but a huge win for them over Kings Academy. What we will do is we'll get into a little bit of our Kaiser's Coaches Corner. We got 2 on deck for you. Theo Dorsey of Theoretically Speaking, which you could hear 2 to 4 weekdays on these very airwaves. Got to talk to Coach Rod Harris of Martin County. We'll get to that in just a moment. First, and a couple other Thursday games I want to break down. Pahokee, they took down Forest Hill 40-0, 4-0-2-0. A lopsided affair there. Pahokee won 6 of the last 7. They've won 3 straight. Denver's Glade Central is looking to be the Muck Bowl, looking to be a classic. You got 2 of the best teams in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast area on that front. A couple other games that you'll have tonight. Jupiter's at Wellington. Jupiter's undefeated. We know Jason Cradman has that defense ready to rock and roll week in and week out. Chances are, we will probably be talking to Coach Jason Cradman at the end, towards the end, post-game with the program, because he's friend of show. He joins every single week, essentially, for us. We'll get into the rest of the games as we inch closer to kickoff of the Martin Bowl. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by Smithball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN's Top 63 Awards. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smithball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smithball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. That is what we have on the schedule side with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll get into it some more, but first, let's get to our Kaiser's Coaches Corner. Theo Dorsey talked to Coach Rod Harris of Martin County Football. Take a listen to the head coach of Martin County, sitting at 6-1, winners of 5 straight coming into the game, the Martin Bowl, tonight on ESPN 106.3.
For the second time this year, Coach Rod Harris of Martin County joining me, Theo Dorsey, here on ESPN Top 63, talking about specifically a game of the week, the 5-1 Martin County Tigers. Before we get into the big game this weekend, how do you feel about what your team's been able to do out there on the field this year so far?
You know, we're always happy being 5-1. We took a tough loss early in the year against a good Sebring team with a very good defense. You know, we're just keep getting better every week. I think our offense is starting to come around, which is usually happens in football. Our defense has been pretty much spectacular all year long. And one of the things we don't talk about is much special teams. And we have a weapon with Max Kennedy there as a kickoff punter. He's flipped the field many times and been a huge weapon for us and help us with our success.
For you, I mean, what was the gauge of what you had coming into this fall, like maybe before the kickoff classic, and how do you gauge what's in your locker room now?
You know, before the year, I thought we had a lot of guys returning, and I thought we could be really, really special on defense, and that has come to fruition. I thought our offense would have to come around. We lost some key players from the year before, and sometimes it just takes time for the gel. The O-line's always the toughest because you got 5 guys have to work together, And a lot of times we 4 guys and one guy missed assignment or, a little communication issue, and it'll be a negative play, but everyone else is working. That's why offense takes a little longer for defense.
You guys in the Martin Bowl, you've won 9 of the last 10. You've won 5 straight. Why do you feel like you've been able to have success over your rival South Fork as of late, and how do you continue that this Friday night?
Well, in the past years, like I said, I thought we played pretty well overall. But this game, forget 5 in a row and 9 out of 10. When you play in this game, it doesn't matter. Emotions run high. Anyone can win the game. It's great for the community. It's a very respectful with the coaching staff and the player rivalry. I mean, let's not forget last year, they played outstanding. They took a lead. They got an interception return for a touchdown. They got 2 safeties on us, and actually took a 4-point lead with about 6.5 to go, and a punt return for a touchdown by Tony Jefferson. So they had the lead going in. We had a nice post route from Manny Lewis to Antonio to put us in the league. And then they had the ball inside our 40-yard line to win the game late. So, these games can go either way when emotions and this kind of rivalry happens.
Yeah, last year 35-25 in favor of y'all. It was the closest game y'all have had with South Fork since 2019. But like you said, you say history doesn't matter in these matchups. It's a rivalry game. Everybody's intense. This is a Super Bowl for both sides. How do you manage that in your locker room, knowing that you don't want your guys to make too much of it, especially with the game being on the road?
Well, it's a big game, obviously, the Martin Bowl, because it means so much for the community. It's a district game, which is double. It's a big game when you have an extra, 8 minutes of halftime for the bands to play. So, it's a little bit different this week. I always say to the kids, we want to play with emotions, not emotional. It's an emotional game. We have to play with emotions. We have to be ready to go. Sometimes, especially teenagers, and you see it in college and pros, people get so hyped up and they hurt themselves and hurt the team because they get penalties or they're undisciplined. So that's going to be the key for us this week. Execute controlled emotions, and the team that does that and doesn't turn the ball over will win the game.
When you think about the history of the Martin Bowl, what's one of your more fond memories that have come from it as a coach or even just somebody in the community that has witnessed one?
The community lets me know all the time, and they tell me all the people that have either South Fork or Martin is, in the community, let me know times they played. I just ran into a police officer yesterday on campus, and he was letting me know how they did well in the Martin Bowl, and he was 2-2 versus them. So, it's great to see, and that's why all the people come out. My fondest memory would probably be the first one. You come up here, didn't know much about Martin County and Jensen in 2018. I knew of them, but I didn't know the rivalry and how much it meant to the community. It's a community that a lot of people stay here. They graduate here. There's a lot of people who've been here. They live in the community. It's a beautiful community, South Fork and Jensen, all Martin County. So it means a lot to a lot of people that are my age and even a little bit older.
When you have your kids who are playing in their first Martin Bowl, what are some of the things that you try to do, or maybe some of the veterans who have done it before, to try and, again, amplify it for them, because you want them to have a big game and play well, but then also to be able to curtail any kind of roadblocks that would come with playing in a big game like this?
Well, the biggest thing, seniors have done it before, so they have to be leaders with this and to help the younger guys understand, A, how much it means, and B, you got to be ready to play. As far as guys who in the first game, once you take your first hit, you're ready to go. And I was simple term. I know people use it all the time. Just do your job. Do what you've been coached to do, and everything will fall into place. We're not asking anyone to do anything extraordinary, but the team that wins are the teams that usually do ordinary things extraordinarily well.
And the great part about this one too is, like you said, it's also a district game. If you win this one, then it would come down to you and Heritage, depending on how things shape out. Just like for you as a coach, what were the goals y'all set before the season, and was district championship one of the first things y'all talked about trying to achieve?
We set a lot of goals. One is to win every game at home, and we didn't do that first game. When I got here, 2018, same thing. We want to be a team that everyone doesn't want to play. Win or lose, that they're going to get in a battle, and we are going to fight them to the end and battle them and hit them. So they're sore. This game, because of that, means so much more with the districts. But there's some people around here that would just say, if you win this game, we're good. You beat South Fork, win the Martin Bowl, it's a good season. our aspirations are a lot higher. You know, we want to get in the playoffs. We want to win districts. We want to have a home game in the playoffs. And, you know, we have 4 games to see where we are for the seedings. But, you know, that's down the road. We're big believers in literally one game at a time. And I've always been that way. And I will always continue to be that way.
Now, you might be biased in this one, but I'm curious, which rivalry is the greatest when you think about Treasure Coast and Palm Beach County football? You obviously got teams like Newman and Benjamin. You got the Muck Bowl out with Glade Central and Pahokee. You got the Martin Bowl. Which one do you think carries the most weight in the community and means the most South Florida football?
Well, in Palm Beach, it is the Muck Bowl without a shadow of a doubt. It's not even close. Up here in Treasure Coast, I'm going to say South Fork and Martin County. All right, we've been playing each other. I think this is year 42, and that's a long time to be playing each other year after year. Throw in the history where Martin County obviously was the only school in this county, and then South Fork, you know, opened up around the early 80s, and a lot of kids from or started at Martin County went to South Fork, you know, started including the great Cleveland Gary amongst other people. So it's that made it even more of a rivalry and exciting time for everyone else.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense, and of course, of course you'll be tied in with that one. We're looking forward to the Martin Bowl. Looking forward to the game of the week. Good luck staying healthy in practice this week, and we'll catch you on Friday night.
Thank you. I appreciate the coverage, and God bless.
Thank you, Coach.
That was Coach Rod Harris with Theo Dorsey, our Kaiser's Coach's Corner, of course. Big thanks to Coach Harris for giving us the time. If you miss any of that, go listen to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. What we will do is we'll take a timeout, and on the other side of things, we'll hear from the other side. Antoine Blatch, the head coach of South Fork, will join us, and we'll hear from him alongside Theo Dorsey. Our Kaiser's Coach's Corner. The Kaiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom. You want to talk about winning? Winning is something that not necessarily everybody could say they do, but Kaiser could say they do it just about in every facet. They got 26 national championships, including the men's tennis team, who just captured their first NAIA title back in the spring. Their football team is off and running. They had a huge win last week. They had a couple big matchups coming up tonight. Women's soccer and boys soccer are nationally ranked. They're going to have more national championships to hang by the time the fall season closes about. Their lacrosse team just had their 3rd straight red banner. They won the Sun Championships Cup, which goes to the most successful athletic department in the conference. You can get the latest on all the championships, Kaiser Seahawk Athletics, at the KUSeahawks.com to check out their programs, all that they have, including some of their great golf programs that they have for people trying to improve their game. What we will do is we'll take a timeout, and on the other side of things, we'll get into some more Kaiser's Coach's Corner, give you a little bit of a schedule rundown. Just about 40 minutes away from ESPN West Palm High School Game Day's HSS Game of the Week, the Martin Bowl. You got Martin County at 6-1 versus South Fork at 3-3. That will be all to come. Stay tuned for it. We'll take a time out here, ESPN 106.3.
Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. As we know in college sports, one of the more lucrative positions you could have is being a head coach, especially on the football side. And a football coach with a lucrative contract in college sports is Penn State's James Franklin. Penn State recently lost to 0-4 UCLA. They were the number 2 team in the country heading into the 2025 college football season, and a lot of Penn State fans are ready to move on from James Franklin with his bad record against top teams and all the things surrounding that. Well, $50 million is what they would owe James Franklin. That is a very expensive firing. This is the Sports Business Minute presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit edsyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles do Bronx Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy an ice-cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big-screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
And West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. We're live at the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Colin Russo, Damian Prez. Having a good time. We got the Martin Bowl tonight. You got Martin County taking on South Fork. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented, of course. If you know any athletes in the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area who are superb in what they do and who are exemplary student athletes and on the students in the classroom and in the athletes. What I'm trying to say is go check out our Instagram, go check out our YouTube at ESPN West Palm, and you can see who our Land Rover Palm Beach Player of the Week is. Land Rover Palm Beach, they want to congratulate all these athletes from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. And if you notice a performance from one of these specific athletes, make sure to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week. All you got to do is DM ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or you can come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today. It's located on Okeechobee Boulevard just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their new luxury cars. It's Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. All right, so we're in Week 8 action of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, and of course the high school action from throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Here's what we have from Thursday. Pahokee took down Forest Hill easy, 40-0. Spanish River took down Douglas, 42-0. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Nick LaSala a little later on in the program. Lake Worth over John I, 41-0. Somerset Canyon's the big surprise. They took their districts with a win over Kings, 22-7. And as for what you have tonight, a couple games were rained out and postponed, including the Inlet Grove Jupiter Christian game. But in terms of what you have today, you have Royal Palm taking on West Boca. You have Glade Central taking on Bishop Verot. You have Atlantic taking on Coconut Creek. You have Jupiter taking on Wellington. You have Fort Pierce Central taking on Treasure Coast. You have Martin County, of course, our Martin County Bowl taking on South Fork. St. Andrews is going to be taking on Somerset Key. St. John Paul is going to be taking on American Heritage. Boca Raton is going to be taking on Coral Glades. Northeast is going to be taking on Boynton Beach. Palm Beach Gardens is going on the road to take on Dwyer. Dillard is going on the road to take on Joaquin Garcia, Dr. Joaquin Garcia, that is. John Carroll and Jensen Beach are going head-to-head at Jensen Beach tonight. Palm Beach Christian is going to be taking on Olympic Heights. Palm Beach Lakes and head coach Tamarian Moreland are going to be taking on Palm Beach Central and head coach Kevin Thompson. St. Aloysius, I believe, is postponed tonight, but they were supposed to be taking on Park Vista. We'll see what's going on there. Close-State is going to be taking on Oxbridge, and Okeechobee is going to be taking on Port St. Lucie. So those are some of the scores that you have, or some of the scores, the games that you have on the docket tonight. We'll hear from a number of coaches from as we get closer to game day or to game time. And then, of course, post-game up until 11 p.m., you can hear me and talk to a bunch of these coaches, hopefully post-win, from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area. So stay tuned for that because we're going to have a packed program into the night, including Alex Gonzalez, the head coach of Somerset Canyons, who we will break down that big district win they had yesterday over Kings Academy. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day live at the City Place Studios, presented in part by Duffy's Sports Grill. You get so much sports to watch, including the MLB postseason. You have the college football, which can have a big day tomorrow. You're going to have the NFL, which has another big day on Sunday. You can watch all that with the 80 TVs they have offered at Duffy's Sports Grill. It's a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. It's once again voted the best sports grill with their award-winning burgers and wings in the area. Plus, weekday lunch deals. They got the Duffy's Double Play, which is just $7.99. You can make sure to sign up for free and get your Duffy's MVP card. Start earning rewards. Why go anywhere if you're not going to get rewards? They got over 80 TVs in each location, like I said, and you won't miss a minute of any game. Biggest bouts, Duffy's has them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. So we heard from one side of our coach's corner with Coach Rod Harris of Martin County. Now we got to hear from the other side. Theo Dorsey of Theoretically Speaking caught up with Coach Antoine Blatch of South Fork, the head coach. Sitting at 3-3, they're looking to get their first win in just about 10 years in this matchup against Martin County. And he said a lot of interesting things, so stay tuned for it. Let's get to our Kaiser's Coach's Corner. That's Theo Dorsey and Antoine Blatch of South Fork football.
Martin Bowl, a Friday night showdown between South Fork and Martin County, one of the most storied rivalries in all of South Florida. And I appreciate you pulling up and taking out some time to speak ahead of it, Coach. How y'all been doing so far this year?
Good, man. Good. We got a young team that's building. At the halfway point, we're 3-3. We had a bye week last week, so we had a chance to take care of the Knicks and Boo Boos and get ready for the Martin Bowl.
What is it? I mean, I know that you started off strong, and I know you dropped your last couple of games. What do you feel like the team has learned in those two losses that you'll try to use this week and practice to fuel you so that Friday turns in y'all's favor?
Don't take anything for granted. We started out the year pretty hot. We started out 3-1, and the last two contests we struggled. But they have to learn that adversity will come, and we got to finish ball games. So both of them were tight for a majority of the ball game, and then at the end, we were the ones that made the mistake to close out the ball game. But we've learned from that.
What have you learned about your team this year, and what do you think is different, year over year growth from what the Bulldogs had last season?
I say this: we're a little bit deeper this year, a little bit deeper. Injury bug has kind of stayed away from us. We still have a couple that we're dealing with, but at the same time, we got a little more depth. But we're still super young. We only have 10 seniors, and that junior class is pretty light. But our sophomore and freshman class are strong, so we have a chance really to change the culture here.
What would it mean to those seniors and everybody else at South Fork to be able to get your first win in the Martin Bowl since 2019 and your first as a head coach for the Bulldogs?
Oh, it'd be huge. It'd be huge. It's a chance for them to finally get one against some guys down the street and they close out their senior year on a high note.
How much does this week feel different than other weeks? I mean, obviously, whenever you have a rivalry game, everybody that you run into wants to chop it up about it, and the players are probably on social media saying things here and there. Like, what are some of the little things you've noticed that's just different this week?
A little more buzz this year, especially when you host it. When you host it, there's always a buzz. You anticipate a big crowd. You stop at a local Publix or in Winn-Dixie or anywhere to get your grocery, Walmart. People got some questions about the game and how you feel, and so it gets you ready, it gets you excited, and then that, from my standpoint, it motivates me to have the kids execute. To give them the tools they have to put them in place to make plays and come out successful.
Last year, y'all were in multiple positions. Multiple times you had an opportunity to get that win, and it would have been on the road. It would have been a huge moment for the program as you've been rebuilding the way that the Bulldogs roll. What do you remember about that game, and how are you going to use the experiences from that one to make sure that this time you're able to close it out?
Well, when we think about last year, we had 4 minutes to go. We were driving. We had a chance to go up and win the game, and we didn't finish. So one thing is make sure we finish the ball game. Two, we had a close call on the goal line, which it was kind of ironic because you see the Cleveland Gary story up in South Bend that time. The ball clearly crossed the plane, and I didn't know if the ground caused a fumble, but I guess it did back then, and it did for us last year. So we just got to know hold on to the football, finish over the goal line, and make sure a score is a score. So those are 2 points of emphasis that we definitely are taking care of.
Notre Dame always crying about something, man. That's Coach Andre Blatch joining me here, or Antoine Blatch joining me here ahead of a big time matchup, the Martin Bowl, HSS Florida High School Game Day game of the week. You having this one at home, what has that home crowd been like so far for you this year, and really since you've taken over with the Bulldogs?
Oh, it's been electric. They really come out. The community is really behind this team, and they have been, for the last couple of years, even before I took over. South Fork has always had a strong community and fan support. So I feel that's going to continue. We've added new bleachers to each side. We've added the extra room, so we'll be able to accommodate all the people that are going to come out. But we anticipate a sold out crowd as usual. And when you're at home, you want to defend the home turf.
How much does it infuriate the Martin County Tigers, the relationship South Fork has with the most proud alumnus of Martin County and Justin Simmons, as he now has the camp over at South Fork, and you obviously have a relationship with him? Like, do people ever bring that up?
It's been a topic of conversation, but I think those guys over there understand my relationship with Justin, and so it's kind of one of those things where they're still excited for him. They retired his jersey, and that was huge. But at the same time, that's my boy, man. Like anything I can do to help my boy, he knows I'm gonna do it. And he is, like I said, I told you before, he walks his path and his faith. And anytime I can help him, and when I, get kids like that, I definitely want to do all I can.
And you were a coach for him at some point, right? Or what was y'all? How did y'all's relationship start?
His last 2 years of high school, I was a defensive coordinator at Martin County High School under Chuck Kenyon, and he gave me that opportunity, man, and it just kind of went up from there. So I had that opportunity with him and another guy with Trayvon Johnson, which is George Johnson's older brother. I coached those two in the secondary there in that defense, and we won a lot of games over there. We had a lot of success. So it's always good the memories of it.
Who are some of those impact players? I mean, it's you don't replicate a guy like a Justin Simmons. You coach one of the kids like that, and it's like that's a once in a generation. But who are some of those impact players on South Fork this year who you see making plays all over the field, and you know that can translate into y'all winning more games and them also doing it at the next level?
Oh man, all over the field. 44, Davion McDonald. He does it all. He's our one of our linebackers. He can drop in the secondary. He can come off the edge. Hell, he can even punt for us. So he does a ton of numerous things that help us be successful. And that's why I fought so hard. He was one of the guys. I got a couple others, but he was one of the ones I really fought for that top 63. So he's one of the best backers in the area, and he's proven it every week. So I'm super proud of his progress.
And then for you, I know your guys are going to want to fight hard to get that win. What is it going to take? I know you talked about cleaning up turnovers, finishing the game, but South Fork wins on Friday night in the Martin Bowl for the first time since 2019. If what happens?
First of all, stop the run. They got a big back over there. He can come downhill, so we got to get him before he gets started. And then they got a talented quarterback. They got a kid. He can probably throw it 60, 65, and he likes to move around. So if we can contain him and make his decisions tough and stop the run, we'll be successful.
Gotcha. And then I want to wrap with this. Is there any rivalry in the area that can rival what the Martin Bowl is? I know that there's some folks on the 561. I know that there's the Muck Bowl and whatnot. Like, is there anything that comes to mind, a rivalry that can rival what y'all have between South Fork and Martin County?
In my opinion, I'm going to be biased and say there is no rival, but we do acknowledge, the Muck Bowl over there, and it is huge. I mean, it's huge for that community too because they're so close. And back when there was only 2 high schools here, it was really huge. Now 3, you give Jensen Beach and their props over there because Tim is doing a heck of a job with them, and Rod has done a phenomenal job in Martin County. But when it comes to the rivalry game, in my opinion, there's only one. There's only one I've been a part of as a player and now as a coach. So it's one thing I want to continue, and it's always been a huge game for us. So definitely the Martin Bowl.
I love it. We'll see y'all Friday night for the game of the week at the Martin Bowl at your crib, man. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Theo. Appreciate you guys, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles "Do Bronx" Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy nice cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym? It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day rolls on live here on ESPN 106.3. Colin Russo from the City Place Studios alongside Damian Perez. We got you all up until about it's 11 p.m. Tonight, so it's going to be a packed night of high school sports. We're at Palm Beach County in the Treasure Coast area. So what you have on deck is what follows. Here we go. Our top 10, for those who don't know. Number 1, Vero Beach. They're going to be taking on Rockledge tonight at home. West Boca's at number 2. They're going on the road to take on Royal Palm. Atlantic, number 3, going to 2, Coconut Creek. Glade Central is the other team that's playing today. Cardinal Newman is 4, but Glade Central is the next lowest on the top 10, and they're going to be playing Bishop Verot at home. Jupiter's at 7. They're going on the road to take on Wellington. St. Andrews is at number 8. They're taking on Somerset Key tonight. Number 9, of course, Martin County and our Martin County Bowl, our HSS game of the week. Number 10, Fort Pierce Central going to Treasure Coast on the road. That is our top 10, ESPN West Palm top 10, the teams that we will see on that front. As for other than that, Boca Christian's going to be hosting First Baptist tonight. Boynton Beach is going to be hosting Northeast at home. Dwyer's hosting Palm Beach Gardens. Glades Day is going to be taking on Southwest Florida Christian. Jensen Beach is home against John Carroll. Dr. Joaquin Garcia is home against Dillard tonight. Sebastian River is going to be home against Legacy. Port St. Lucie is home against Okeechobee. Olympic Heights is home against Palm Beach Christian tonight. Oxbridge is home against Clewiston. Palm Beach Central is home against Palm Beach Lakes. And some other games were postponed, but one of them you have tonight is Fort Pierce Westwood, Palm Bay. That one is on. Santa Lucia's was postponed, as well as Jupiter Christian and Inlet Grove, which was supposed to be played yesterday. But because of the classic Florida weather where you have basically a Category 2 hurricane rumble through from the 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. hour just about every day. You get a couple of these games rained out and lightninged out, and that's what you had yesterday, a couple of them. But as to the other games on the Thursday slate that we did see, and then we did get a breakdown on, number 5, Pahokee in our top 10. They took down Forest Hill pretty easy, 40-0 over there. Spanish River was home against Douglas. They won easy, 42-0. Maybe we'll talk to head coach Nick LaSala and hear from him post-game. Lake Worth won easy over John I, 41-0. And our big surprise of the day was Somerset Canyons winning against Kings Academy 22-7. You'll hear from Alex Gonzalez post-game after the Martin Bowl tonight, which will be kicking off in just about 15 minutes. Stay tuned for our live stream, which you can catch at ESPN Top 63 on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, where we'll have the actual full live stream where you can watch the game and listen to the broadcast. Christian Catt will be on the call. He'll pick it up in just about 5 or so minutes. So you hear from him. And then, of course, all of our coach interviews that we have, you can catch them on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day or download the ESPN South Florida app to get our full catalog of content that we have here at ESPN West Palm. Including in that, we have Russo and Rizzo, our local programming, 4 to 6 p.m. weekdays, where we do a whole branch of sports, professional, collegiate, and the high school level. On top of that, you have Theoretically Speaking, which is 2 to 4 weekdays with Theo Dorsey and Christian Catt, doing just about the same. So we got a lot of good local high school, collegiate, and professional sports coverage to you throughout the week, on top of our Inter Miami English and Spanish broadcasts, which we have here on ESPN 106.3. And this year, the first year that we are the home of the Florida Panthers. You get that all on ESPN 106.3 and the ESPN South Florida app, which you can download today on the App Store for free. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. With HSS Florida, they're the trusted care provider right here in South Florida. But the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida, they provide that world-class care that get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise that you'd expect from HSS, which is the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations right here in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more today by going to hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. So what we will do is we will take a timeout, and on the other side of things, you will hear from Christian Catt as he got you live on site at Martin County for the Martin Bowl tonight. South Fork, Martin County, 6-1 versus 3-3. We heard from both coaches. Now let's hear from the play-by-play and the game action. Stay tuned for it. Watch the live stream, ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X. We'll see you at halftime, and we'll see you post-game. This has been Colin Russo from the City Play Studios saying so long, enjoy the game. Coming up after this, you'll hear from Christian Catt and some Martin Bowl game action. We'll take a time out here on ESPN 106.3.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles "Do Bronx" Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy an ice-cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big-screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $1529 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
What's the Anna Jar and Levine difference? If you're the victim of a car crash, you will always speak to a lawyer. You'll always get the highest standard of care from our dedicated legal team, and we'll always fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. That's the Anna Jar and Levine difference. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. Don't wait. Call 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hi. This is Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Are you one of those people that just can't focus at home? The dog barks, the kids are screaming, and you're thinking, how am I going to get all of this work done? Working from home can be distracting, but Intelligent Office is here to help you focus. They offer quiet and affordable private office and meeting spaces in Palm Beach Gardens to help you get your work done. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to reserve an office today.
F45 Training in downtown West Palm and Wellington offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. F45 features high-intensity group-style workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven. They always have the right workout for you. The best part is, it takes just 45 minutes. If you're looking to train for something like High Rocks, F45 has you covered with tailored workouts. Get started today with a promo of your first 3 classes for just $30. Visit F45training.com to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 family. F45, team training, life-changing.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles "Do Bronx" Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy nice cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Anajar and Levine. Call 1-800-7473. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
No updates on the front because we're having a little bit of technical difficulties on our end at Martin County for the Martin Bowl. Apologize for the inconvenience there as the game is working through the national anthem at the moment, about to kick off. We are working on getting everything up and running and on air on our ends. There's some internet issues, probably due to the weather, and who knows, but we will keep you up to date and up to score, and we'll get you there as soon as we possibly can. In the meantime, I'll tell you what's going on from throughout the Palm Beach County area. Pahokee won yesterday over Forest Hill, 40-0. Spanish River won over Douglas yesterday, 42-0. Lake Worth won over John I, 41-0. Somerset Canyons won 22-7 over Kings Academy, a big surprise from the Thursday slate. As for what to see today, outside of the Martin Bowl, our HSS game of the week between Martin County and South Fork, you have number 7 Jupiter up over Wellington already. That was a 6:30 kick, so we're a bit behind, but it was 13-0 in the first quarter, about 5 minutes into the game, and Jupiter already had a lead. Atlantic was up over Coconut Creek, and then you got Glade Central going to be hosting Bishop Row. We'll get you a score update there soon. St. Andrews and Somerset Key, we'll give you an update when we find one on that front. As for the other games, Dr. Joaquin Garcia is hosting Dillard tonight. John Carroll, Jensen Beach working on finding a score on that front as well. Sebastian River is going to be hosting Legacy. We'll get you an update when we have a score there. Palm Beach Lakes and Palm Beach Central are going at it at Central tonight, so we'll get you an update when we see one on the score front over there. Oxbridge hosting Clewiston tonight. So we'll see what happens on that front. Port St. Lucie is going to be hosting Okeechobee. So we'll see what happens all the way up there. We don't have a lot of score updates outside of Jupiter, who is up over Wellington already in the first quarter, 13-0. We have a couple games that probably already got kicked off. And our HSS game of the week, once again, a couple technical difficulties on our end, and we're working on getting that solved as we're going to get you the full stream and the full game with Christian Cat on the call in just a couple of moments. We'll take another timeout, and hopefully we'll be all set and ready to go in just about a couple of minutes here. Colin Russo, Damian Perez, hopefully we'll hear from Christian Cat live on site just after this. We'll take a timeout. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles do Bronx Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy nice cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today. Kick off your game day comfort and don't sweat the small stuff. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Use code THEOD. Hey, it's Theo Dorsey, and Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this sports season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 different player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, which means you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's passing yards, rushing yards, and touchdowns? Now you can pick all of them in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. But it's not just football. With basketball season tipping off soon, you can make picks on your favorite players all season long. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
All right, as unfortunate news continued, we're still working on the technical difficulties on our end, getting the stream on the air. It's Colin Russo from the City Play Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Do not have a score update for you on that front, but what I do have are a couple score updates from throughout the area. Fort Pierce Central's up over Treasure Coast, 14-0, 2 minutes into the first game. I heard that Dwyer and Gardens, that game was postponed, I assume because of weather. Jupiter was up over Wellington in the first quarter, 5 minutes in. 13-0 was the score there. As for some other things that I'm seeing Vero Beach already up 7-0. On that front, I'm already seeing American Heritage 7-0 over St. John Paul. So in terms of the score updates on the early end, that's what we have. We're still working on the score, getting the scores and getting the game on air on ESPN Top 63, our HSS Game of the Week from the Martin Bowl. We're having a lot of issues connecting, some internet issues. I don't know what's going on completely, but we are working through the process. I anticipate that we will have it up and rolling in no time. In the meantime, Vitacost Sports Certified Athletes, Vitacost Sports Certified Products is your place if you're really looking to take your game to the next level. Vitacost has 400 plus performance enhancing, sport enhancing supplements, 400 plus all throughout. They're certified, which means that they're free of any banned substances. That's from electrolytes to protein. You can save 20% now using code ESPN20, ESPN20 for 20% off. Even if you're playing varsity, training for the next level, Vitacost fuels high school athletes from all throughout the country and especially here in South Florida with their 400 plus products. Get towed 20% off with code ESPN20. We'll take a timeout and we'll see if we can get on the air and off and running. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
I think you can hear me loud and clear. Martin County's got the football at the 30, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5 on his feet. Touchdown, Paul Hendricks. The Martin County Tigers break free and score the first points of the 42nd annual Martin Bowl here at South Fork High School. Good evening, folks. Bell, thank you for Florida High School football. Clock read 16 first quarter. Martin County gets in first.
Looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSIsyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
To help those who want to be helped, but may not be able to afford it.
That's what PGA Tour winner Grayson Murray had envisioned for a foundation before he sadly took his own life at just 30 years old. His parents channeled their grief into creating the Grayson Murray Foundation, carrying out his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles "Do Bronx" Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy an ice-cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big-screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
Pardon for the technical difficulties. Martin County leads South Fork 7-0. With 4:18 to play in the first quarter, Martin County has the football deep into South Fork territory, but a penalty backs them outside of the 5. They had a rushing attack that got into a goal-to-go situation, and now it is 1st and goal from the 17-yard line. Martin County has the football in the 42nd Annual Martin Bowl. Martin County on top 7-0 over the South Fork Bulldogs here on ESPN 106.3. Pistol formation for the Martin County Tigers. 2 receivers, left lone receiver to the right side for quarterback Manny Louise. And Louise claps his hands, takes a snap. Hendricks on the carry. Left side, gaping wide hole across the 15. And the ball's loose again. Someone's going to scoop it on up. It is South Fork ball. The conditions this evening have been suboptimal for speed. Slipping and falling and stuck in the mud and dropping the football. We saw it all pregame warm-ups, and it's coming to fruition here tonight. Several turnovers already in this one. 3:45 to play in the first quarter. South Fork gets the football back on a massive red zone turnover by head coaches Rod Harris's bunch of Martin County. So back trots out quarterback Chris Cherry, the freshman of South Fork. South Fork 3-3 on the season. Martin County is 6-1 on the season. 5-1, pardon. And South Fork's looking to pull off a big upset here. Looking to get the first Martin Bowl win in 5 years for South Fork. Martin County has won 9 of the last 10 in this series. It's a direct snap, left side. Carry across the 20 and brought down at the 22 for South Fork. Solid gain on first down. Carry that time was Caden Glover, senior. Pardon me, it was Anquan Furr. Anquan Furr on the carry. Anquan Furr, we see him a bunch on the defensive line, and he gets a carry in that action there. South Fork with the football, 2nd down and 1, a gain of 9 on 1st and 10. 7-0 Martin County with 2:32 to play in the first quarter. In the shotgun, South Fork with the ball. Another one. Right side carry. same ball carrier as Anquan Kerr, gets stuffed in the trenches, and they will give him enough for a first down for the Bulldogs as they move the chains. So 1st and 10 for South Fork from the 25-yard line. Coach, you were able to follow along with the game while I was trying to figure out these technical difficulties. What can you summarize what happened so far?
Well, so far, Martin County has taken advantage of the opportunities they've had because on the South Fork side, they've got a fumble, 2 fumbles actually, but they made a lot of mistakes. They've got to find a way to do just what they're doing now. Have a tight formation. Don't spread out. You can't throw the football. Martin County is just lining up and running downhill. They got to do more of the same.
5-yard gain on 1st and 10 to the 30-yard line. 2nd down and 5 for South Fork, and there is an injury on the field for a Bulldog who is on the ground. We'll take a break with 1:35 to play in the first quarter. Martin County 7, South Fork 0. Here live on ESPN 106.3.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
And we're back here live at South Fork High School as the coach Jimmy Bell will also call in order to assist me on the call of this one. 2nd and 5 for South Fork. 1:26 to play in the first quarter. $56 seconds to play in this first quarter. South Fork has the football. They went backwards on their 2nd and 5 play. It's now 3rd and 12 for the Bulldogs. Ball moved back to the 23 in the shotgun bunch formation, as Coach mentioned. Loose football, but grabbed by Kerr. Kerr is banging back and forth, but he only gains 2 yards on 3rd down and 12, forcing a punt unit to come onto the field for South Fork. 4th down and 9. 20 seconds to go in the first quarter, and that will be the end of the first quarter. Unless South Fork gets a snap off here, I believe they ended this play with enough time to be able to take us into the quarter break. We're punting it away with 5 seconds, and no snap made quite yet for South Fork. They will punt it away when we return here on ESPN 106.3. 7-0 Martin County on top over South Fork in the 47th Annual Martin Bowl here live on ESPN 106.3.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Business owners, are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
To play in the first half of this one. Martin County has the football at the 44-yard line short of midfield. Martin County 7, South Fork 0. And Luis is in the shotgun, the pistol, but whistles blow, and a false start will back up Martin County behind the 6. It'll be 1st and 15 for Martin County.
You know, you don't expect these teams to make these type of mistakes this late in the season, but nevertheless, hey, it's a rivalry game. It's a district game. A lot of riding on this game. So both teams, the emotions are flying high. Great crowd as well.
Handoff, Hendricks, right side, breaking tackle, still on his feet across the 50-yard line. Is brought down at the 46. It's a big gain on 1st and 15 to get him 17 yards. First down, Martin County. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3. The Tigers have a 7-0 lead in the Martin Bowl over South Fork, and they are in business in plus territory after that 17-yard rush for Paul Hendricks to move the chains.
I mean, let's be honest, Hendrick is a man among boys. Kind of remind me of that guy from Yulee just right up the road, Derrick Henry. Very physical run at the point of attack, took one down the right sideline for 50-plus yards earlier in this game, and he's doing more of the same. They can't seem to stop him. 2-3 guys are hitting him at the line of scrimmage, but he's running through those tackles. You better be ready to tackle if you're South Fork.
Clock reads 11:39 to play in the first half. There was an injured South Fork Bulldog on the field. And, Coach, if you can hear me clear enough, we both remarked about how tore up this field got just from the pregame warm-ups. What does that do to the game flow and the game strategy when you know it rained a whole lot during the day, a whole lot during the week, and that field is absolutely flooded and muddy? What does that do for both sides?
Well, not only for the coaches, but it changes the mindsets of the players as well, because you come in with one plan coming into the game, and then all of a sudden you got to go away from that. If you want to throw the football, you could almost
certainly do. 1st and 10 for the Martin County Tigers at the 45-yard line. Martin County with the football. Luis in the shotgun. Hendricks directly behind him. 2 receivers left and a receiver split out wide to the right. Martin County in this second quarter with a 7-0 lead. Handoff Hendricks, bouncing across the 45-40 at the 35-yard line. He just stumbles on forward to the 31 to move the chains. Paul Hendricks has such momentum behind those legs. Once you let him get free and you don't hit him behind the line of scrimmage, it's tough to bring him down at all. 11:08 to play in this first half. 7-0. Martin County on top of the South Fork Bulldogs. Martin County on first and 10. Ball spotted at the 32.
Kind of surprises me how agile he is as a big running back. A lot of times, big guys, if you can make them go east and west, they slow down. He's just as fast going sideline to sideline as they're going north and south.
Dropping back to pass, QB from Martin County. Throw it across the middle. It's going to be caught by Queen. 15, 10, broken tackle in 4-6. Martin County adds another touchdown to lead 13-0. And the Tigers are catching their stride here in the Muck Bowl. The Martin Bowl, excuse me. Amarion Queen, the senior, stands at 6'2", 185. This season he has been sparkling with 5 touchdowns, 16 catches, and 404 yards in the season. And he adds his 6th touchdown of the year right there from 33 yards out. It's a touchdown brought to you by Racetrack. 10:33 to play in this first half. 13-0 Martin County on top before the point after is attempted. And flags come on out as the officials have those red flags to toss out to give penalty yardage. We will take a break and be right back here live on ESPN 106.3. Before the point after, 13-0 Martin County on top of South Fork. That PAT will come when we get back.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3. It is the Martin Bowl with 10:33 to play in this first half. It's 13-0 Martin County on top of the South Fork Bulldogs. I'm Christian Catlin alongside the coach, Jimmy Bell. And, Coach, what have you seen so far Martin County do well? Because we saw some turnovers early on, but they've turned it around and really relying on that run game.
Well, the sudden change that Martin County has seen, they fumbled the ball, South Fork gets it, they stops them. So they're playing the game the way it should be. If things happen, you've got to adjust on the fly. But more importantly, they're winning the line of scrimmage. Their offensive line is dominating this game.
The Martin County gives the football back to South Fork after the kickoff from the 40-yard line. And it's been well documented the struggles that South Fork has had in this rivalry matchup as of late. Martin County winners of 9 of the last 10. South Fork won their last Martin Bowl 5 years ago, so no one on that sideline wearing pads has won a Martin Bowl yet. They will take a 2-possession comeback for that to change here tonight. And we saw a couple of flashes of excellence from South Fork, notably on defense. You heard from head coach Antoine Blatch before the game about Davion McDonald be a playmaker to watch tonight. Michael Fabry, also one of those. But it's up to the offense now as South Fork's falling back into this game. And the kickoff goes out of bounds. A flag will come out for the illegal kick out of bounds, and South Fork will benefit with better field position this time out. Again, with 10:33 to play in this first half, Martin County 13, South Fork 0 on ESPN 106.3 on the ESPN South Florida app and streaming on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Coach, what do you recall years coaching in this area, covering football in this area? What does the Martin Bowl mean to you when you hear those two special words?
Well, you know, they're only a couple of miles away from each other. I remember when South Fork was built back in the 80s, and then all of a sudden kids that were once going to Martin County would now come into this school. So it's an arch rivalry. They're right around down the road from each other. Kind of reminds me of the Muck Bowl we'll see in a few weeks, Pahokee versus Glade Central. But there's no love lost here. It's like the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Hatfields and the McCoys. I love it. The history runs deep. 42 consecutive years of this game happening. Right side, carry and going nowhere. The Tigers defense swarms in and stifles the rushing attack of South Fork. Trying to find space on that left side was Matt Dennis, but the senior back was unable to spring free and get swarmed by a couple of Tigers, one of which was Jerome King, the junior.
There's so many guys in the backfield for Martin County, and that's a problem for South Fork. Rob Harris talked about his defense. That's the first thing after his kick, he said, my defense is flying all over the field. He's excited. He knows he has great players on that side of the ball, and they're making a lot of plays tonight.
Second down and 11 for South Fork on that 1-yard loss. Fumble snap, scooping it back up is Kerr. And Kerr does his best to get back to the original line of scrimmage. He gets one more yard than that and gets brought down at the 36. Second down and 9 for South Fork with 9:30 to play in this first half. 13-0 Martin County on top of the South Fork Bulldogs on ESPN 106.3.
You know, I wondered coming in, see, Cat, who the conditions would hurt the most. I think so far it's been South Fork because they haven't been able to throw the ball and they can't run the ball either.
A run up the middle, trying to find some space and unable to do so. Carry that time was made by South Fork's to Caden Dames, and Dames gets dropped right in the scrum of bodies for a 2-yard gain. The fourth down and 6.5 coming up for South Fork. Looks to be a punt opportunity, and that will be the case as Davion McDonald kind of gave an aw shucks, was unhappy with the result of that offensive drive as South Fork efforted to try to keep their offense on the field, keep the defense of South Fork on the sideline, give them a breather because it's been a whole lot of Martin County rushing attack here early on in this 42nd edition of the Martin Bowl. As getting the football back once again will be the Martin County Tigers, this time with under 8 minutes to play in the first half. Reminder that during halftime, it'll be an extra extended halftime here at the Martin Bowl. 8 more minutes put on the clock as these two bands will go after it. Another one of the night traditions here in Treasure Coast football. Fourth down and 6. Good snap. It kicks a low line drive. It skips at the 35-yard line. It won't be returned by Martin County. It's letting that one go by Jerome King. And it will be touchdown at the 24. Again, at the 24-yard line, that is where you will have the offensive drive set up for the Martin County Tigers. As they have scored touchdowns on back-to-back drives, if I recall. Actually, no, there was a fumble there earlier on. So 2 out of the last 3 drives have been touchdown drives for Martin County, as Maynard Lewis has been simply handing it off to Paul Hendricks, and the senior back has been taking it from there despite the muddy conditions.
You know, in spite of the fact that Hendricks is able to run north and south, if you don't get a hand on him before he gets through the line of scrimmage, he's going to run all night long. Very physical runner. As I mentioned earlier, he has a lot of speed as well.
Lewis on the design quarterback run. Patient gets dropped short of the 30-yard line. It's a gain of around 5 yards on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 5. Line to gain the 34-yard line. 7:33 to play in this first half. Martin County controlling the pace of this one on the ground and grinding the clock on down in front of a packed house here at South Fork High School. In the pistol formation, Lewis took a low snap, gives it to Hendricks up the middle. Hendricks gets past the line of scrimmage and gets brought down 2 yards short of the line to gain. It'll be 3rd down and short for the Martin County offense as they continue that downhill rushing attack to ground down and beat down a front 7 that's got some hands on their hips. So 3rd down and short for the Martin County offense. All white uniforms and red helmets for Martin County. South Fork with an all black uni. Hard count, and there is early movement by, it looked like both sides pointing at one another. We'll see if it's an offsides or an encroachment, or a false start or against the defense, and it will be against Martin County, which is big with a offense that has relied on the run game here this evening to set them back on 3rd and 8 now. And a 5-yard penalty will back up that offense of Martin County. 6:37 to play in the first half. 13-0, Martin County on top of South Fork. So maybe we see a little bit of pass game here from Martin County. Move the football back to the 27. Lewis in the shotgun, takes the snap, looking to pass. Shuffling to his left, tucks it in his arm. He slips down his sack. Brought down to the 20-yard line. Nice play made on defense to force the issue by Michael Fabry. And Fabry, the senior, the playmaker, gets home to stifle the drive of Martin County and get the football back to its Bulldog offense.
C-Cat, I remember in the playoffs back when I was in high school, we played on a field like this against Pinecrest. I think they went the field, but you can't.
Fourth down and long coming up in the punt team. The ball is fumbled inside the 5-yard line, trying to get away. It is deflected, bounced at the 20, and it will get past the 30-yard line. Near disaster that time from the special teams of Martin County. And we heard a lot about Max Kennedy, the senior, reliable kicker, punter extraordinaire for the special teams unit of Martin County. That time, the snap wasn't that bad, but the ball was slippery, and it slipped through Kennedy's hands. He dropped it. It moved about 5 yards backwards. He was looking in his own end zone as he stood for football, turned around, and he had a South Fork defender right in his face. So he turned around and punted it away, got the most he could out of it, and cut the losses of South Fork as they will now, or the losses of Martin County, as South Fork will now start at the plus 32-yard line. Bulldogs get a much-needed break. Could have been a lot worse for Martin County. Could have been a lot better for South Fork if they could have completely blocked that punt and maybe recovered in the end zone. But a compromise was made, and instead of Kennedy flipping the field as he has done all season long, and instead of a South Fork big pump block and possible touchdown or safety, they split the difference, and South Fork will get great field position at the 32-yard line in plus territory. We'll see if the rushing attack of South Fork can get things going. The halfway point of the second quarter. First and 10, South Fork Bulldogs. As no one is outside of the tight ends. Rush up the middle. Second level across the 30 to the 25-yard line. A gain of 7 on first and 10. Second and 3 coming up all the way to the 25-yard line. Solid gain that time. Right up the middle. As Anquan Kerr made his presence felt. So they actually gave him the 24-yard line. Second and 2 now coming up for the South Fork offense. Same formation where you got a bunk set with 3 up backs and running backs and get the direct snap. He runs it up the middle, dragging defenders across the 30 and brought down at the 23. And a flag comes out. This play dead after he's brought down, and there might be some penalty yardage assessed, and it will be against Martin County. First down, South Fork on the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. Coach, how do you try to keep your emotions in check in such a rivalry game?
Yeah, it's very difficult because, again, both teams know the importance of winning this game. It's a district game. You got to keep your emotions in check, though. You can be, you can work with emotion, but can't be emotional. You got to stay focused, laser focused, and you can't try to do too much.
First and goal for South Fork. The football spotted at the 8.5-yard line, and it's that same formation for the Bulldogs. DeMarcus Parker-Roach might get this direct snap, and he fumbles it, but the play's blown dead, so it won't kill South Fork. Play blown dead. Flag comes out at the end. Oftentimes you see the second man get caught and the second man gets flagged, and it's a pushing and shoving match. That might be the case right there, but there was a whistle's blown before the plays began, and then there was a penalty assessed after the play was blown dead. Possibly, probably another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, and all indications are saying that it's going to be against Martin County in this instance. The officials are talking it over, trying to get a hold of things. It was first and goal from the 8.5-yard line. And it may have been early movement from South Fork that might back them up to the 13. But the officials are still talking about this. South Fork broke their huddle and was ready to run a play. but the officials still haven't really decided where the football is going to be spotted, what down it's going to be, or really what the situation is in general. The official walks on out and gives offsides against the defense initially. And there's going to be a personal foul against the defense of Martin County as well. So it'll be half the distance to the goal. Weiss moves that football deep into Martin County territory. It is now 1st and goal from the 2. You got to imagine a run's coming here from the South Fork Bulldogs. And now more whistles are blown, and a timeout is called. Timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 5 minutes to play in the first half. It's Martin County 13, South Fork 0. Here live on ESPN 106.3.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
South Fork football, 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. As DeMarcus Parker Roach in the shotgun. He's got those 3 blockers behind the line of scrimmage. Whistles blow to get this one going out of the timeout called by Martin County. Parker Roach takes a snap right side. He's in. Touchdown, South Fork. Brought to you by Racetrack.
You line up inside, you're feeling with your South Fork. You got to cash off.
Cut the deficit in half before the point after. It's 4:52 to play in the first half. 13-6. Coach, what'd you see there? So point after attempt coming on the way for South Fork's team. Owen Greco on to try to kick this one on through. The freshman special teamer to try to make this one a 6-point ball game. South Fork cashes in. Snap, hold, kick is blocked. Not a chance there. It kind of hit maybe the thigh of the offensive lineman directly in front of Greco, the kicker, and it will be a no good point after that touchdown run from Parker Roach. The 1-yard carry makes it 13-6. Martin County on top of South Fork. Back in 60 seconds, you're live on ESPN 106.3.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey, and Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this sports season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 different player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, which means you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's passing yards, rushing yards, and touchdowns? Now you can pick all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. But it's not just football. With basketball season tipping off soon, you can make picks on your favorite players all season long. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
We're back here live at South Fork High School, the 42nd annual Martin Bowl. I'm Christian Catt on the call, joined by the coach Jimmy Bell in this matchup of bitter old school rivals in the Treasure Coast. 4:52 to play in the first half. It's 13-7. Martin County has the lead over South Fork on ESPN 106.3. Martin County gets the football back. South Fork forced a punt from Martin County the last time these two sides were on the field, and the punt was actually fumbled. The snap went backwards. It slipped out of the hands of punter Max Kennedy, and he had to just barely get it away, giving good field position for South Fork. And then a couple of penalties really aided South Fork down the field. Hendricks the carry, up the middle, across the 40, brought down with a big gain on first down. Make it a gain of 9. 2nd and 1 coming up for Martin County as Paul Hendricks keeps that momentum going as he is having an extra gear tonight.
Martin County, I'm going to lean on him because this weather is starting to rain again. So, therefore, I've got to lean on my big running back to make sure he gets at least 20 touches tonight.
2nd and 1. It's another handoff. Hendricks predictably gains the line needed and gets 5 yards more. Move him to the official 49-yard line, short of midfield. 1st and 10, Martin County offense. 4:04 to play in the first half. It's Martin County 13, South Fork 6. This game was very close last time, just a 2-score win, 35-25 if I recall correctly. But South Fork had a lead late. Handoff up the middle. Hendricks bounces offside. The man at the 50, on his feet. 40, brought down to the 39-yard line. Paul Hendricks lowers the boom at the line of scrimmage when it looked like that rush attempt was stuffed out. There were 3 different Bulldogs in the offensive backfield, but it didn't matter. Nifty east-west for Hendricks, and then a downright truck stick to get him the first down. 1st and 10, Martin County. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right. It's a handoff. Hendricks left side, gets tackled at the line of gain, stretches forward to the 36-yard line. Falling forward does Hendricks as always, and he gains 3 on 1st and 10. It is 2nd down and 7.
Very rarely does he go backwards, so you have to come up with a full head of steam and bad intention. Paul Hendricks is that physical 5'11", 220-pound running back.
Ball at the 35. 2nd and long. Handoff. Hendricks right side this time. He's dragging several different Bulldogs with him past the 30-yard line. It's going to be very close on whether or not he got the line to gain. They will mark him a half-yard short, and it'll be 3rd down and short coming up the Martin County offense. The clock continues to roll, and a flag comes out. It has been highly contentious between the numbers between these two sides as they have been duking it out, drawing it up, talking it up, pushing and shoving, playing through the whistle. And we've seen flags come out each and every time. It has not dissuaded either side from taking the risk on the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties because, Coach, it really just breathes all of the life into that South Fork offensive drive the last time out. You can't risk those 15-yard penalties.
No, I agree with you because, again, you talk about these games are played in social media. Teams talk back and forth, and now they're on the field and they're trash talking. So the officials have to keep it close. They have to call those 15-yard unsportsmanlike conducts to keep this game under control.
They're going to move the football back. A penalty goes against Martin County. Move the football to the 44-yard line, and it will be 2nd and long coming up, or 3rd and long, rather, to keep it down the same. Move the football back to the South Fork 44. Martin County has the football. The down marker actually has it on 2nd down, pardon me. Ball be snapped with under 2:10 to play in this first half. Luis fires them across the middle. It's caught by Queen. Broken tackle. Loses the football. South Fork scoops it up. Off he goes. Deontay right down the far sideline. Into plus territory. Out of bounds at the 30. There is a flag on the play. A flag on the play, and that was before Luis threw the football. It is a hold called against Martin County, and it will be declined. South Fork finds a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And they are in plus territory again on a slippery football. Amarion Queen had a big gain and a first down until he didn't. He dropped the football. A fumble scooped up by Deontay Wright, and the senior defensive back scooped the football up and found open space. He picked it up on his own 25-yard line and brought it all the way up past midfield, past the 40, all the way to the 30-yard line. First and 10 Bulldogs, as the South Fork offense has a chance to give South Fork the lead here with a touchdown and a point after. .155 remaining in this first half. South Fork with the ball. Roach right side across the 30, stretching it 25, sidestep, and gets brought down at the 20-yard line. The carry that time was made by Anquan Kerr, the sophomore running back. Moves the chains. It's a gain of 10 for an HSS first down. First and 10, South Fork. And now in the backfield, it is Parker Roach. Actually, no, it's Kerr. Kerr, the carry, right side across the 20, and doesn't go anywhere. When I say across the 20, he might have stretched the football to the 19, and then the caravan, just a bunch of hyenas going to the football, was the defense of Martin County. One of the men there was Kyle Ospix. Ospix, the defensive tackle and tight end, two-way player, junior. Stuffed out that rush attempt on first and 10. And a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. It'll be second down and 8. Coming up on the other side of this break on ESPN 106.3. 103 to play in the first half. 13-6, Martin County on top.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Anna Jor and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Second and 8, right carry. Dennis trying to make some magic happen. A lot of bodies there. He gains a pair of yards, and it's now third down and medium for the South Fork offense. But that clock will continue to roll. No timeout called by Coach Antoine Blatch of the South Fork Bulldogs. The clock is rolling under 40 seconds to play. Gotta hurry here. Still no time, and now the timeout is called. Timeout called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost, and it was really a reluctant one used that time from head coach Antoine Blatch. As the clock stops with 40 seconds to play in the first half on that semi-successful second down and run attempt to spot the football at the 16. It'll be third down and 6 coming up. And, Coach, you got to imagine, considering the clock, considering the down and distance, this is probably a passing down here for South Fork, even though that is not where they're comfortable.
Yeah, you go into the same formation and you try to throw the football out of that formation because you hope the defense tries to come up and make a tackle and somebody can leak out there in the back. But Coach better be careful getting on the field that far. He was past the numbers, which the officials usually don't allow, but he was trying to get a timeout. He knows this is one of the opportunities he has in this game in order to try to score a touchdown.
So it'll be third down and 6 for the South Fork offense. 13-6 the score. Martin County leads by 7. Coming to this game, the big, heavy favorite, of course, the number 9 team in the ESPN West Palm Top 10. South Fork's only 3-3, and they are looking for their first Martin Bowl win in half a decade. Shotgun drop back to package. Cherry throws it. Zone got somebody, but it's incomplete. Oh, spring free with Deontay Wright. The senior wide receiver had about 10 yards of separation from the nearest Lawrence County Tiger. And Cherry, the freshman, just overthrew him a little bit, passed behind his intended target, and it falls incomplete. 4th and 6 now coming up for South Fork, and they're going to go for it, undoubtedly.
Yeah, the freshman had wide eyes then. If he sees the film, he's going to want that one back. He threw it a little too far. Just kind of lob it up there so your guy can run up under, especially in these conditions.
4th and 6, here we go. Cherry pressure, fires it, end zone, no one's there, it's incomplete. Overthrows his target, Deshaun Delancey. Delancey wanted a flag for defensive pass interference as he was heavily covered. It looks all clean from up here, and that will be a turnover on downs. Martin County will get the football back, leading by 7, with 35 seconds to play in the first half. Coach, how aggressive do you think head coach Rod Harris will be on this drive?
Not at all. He won't be aggressive. He'll give it to his big running back. Hopefully he can break a tackle or two and maybe go to the end zone, but he won't do anything other than that because of the conditions of the field.
Yeah, I agree with you, Coach. And you've seen a couple of fumbles since we've been live already. And it is a humid night. It is a wet night. It's a slippery night. And you know what? They might not even do that as no carry being given. Instead, it is semi-victory formation despite going into the halftime break. 13-6, Martin County on top of South Fork. Again, taking a knee for quarterback Manny Luis of the Martin County Tigers. They're content with the touchdown lead, and we will go to the halftime break. Brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. Colin Russo takes it from here with the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show coming up next. 13-6, the score at half. Martin County on top.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSIsyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Hi, everybody. Colin Russo here with our halftime update. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. It's our halftime update presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound. It's South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. It's family-owned. It's a team trained of experts. It's based in West Palm Beach, but it serves all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving into Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has the experience, expertise, and the 5-star customer service that you can rely on. That's Safebound Moving and Storage. So we have our HSS Game of the Week, as everybody knows, and we also have a scoreboard update from throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Let's go through it really quick. Number one, Vero Beach is up over Rockledge. Late second quarter was the last time I saw on that one. It's 28-0. West Boca was up big over Royal Palm before it got delayed. So I'm not sure when that's going to get off and running again, but it's 19-0. Jupiter was up over Wellington. Last I saw was 13-0. Waiting to get an update there. St. Andrews is up over Somerset 44-0. I saw that in the first quarter. I don't know if that's totally accurate, but it was an early blowout for St. Andrews over Somerset Key. Fort Pierce Central is up over Treasure Coast 35-0. At late point in the second quarter, Fort Pierce Central off and running quickly. American Heritage was up over St. John Paul. That was 14-0. Palm Beach Central is up over Palm Beach Lakes mid-second quarter, 10-0 on that game. Dillard was up over Dr. Joaquin Garcia as well in the first half. That was 21-0. Some other scores. John Carroll, 14. Jensen Beach, 13. Back and forth affair there between two good defenses in a district matchup on that one. Wellington and Jupiter are actually in a weather delay. So you're seeing that a couple places in Palm Beach County. Consider me surprised that lightning is getting in the way once again. It happens about every time we play games here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We're also streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X at ESPN Top 63, where you can catch us. Our HSS Game of the Week, second half, Martin County, South Fork. It is 13-6. Number 9, Martin County over South Fork. Martin County winners of about 6 straight with Coach Rod Harris and company having a great season. And Coach Antoine Blatch getting the South Fork guys ready to go. A close competitive matchup there as they're looking to get back into the win column for about the first time in about nearly 10 years for that game specifically, that rivalry matchup specifically. As for the other games that we have, the Thursday matchups are as follows. We had Pahokee, who won yesterday over Forest Hill 40-0. Spanish River, we'll hear from Coach Nick LaSala, the Dan Campbell of high school football. They beat Stoneman Douglas 42-0 yesterday. We'll get into that. They had 2 games this week. They had a game on Monday, and then they had a game on Thursday. So talk about back-to-back, quite literally. But Lake Worth won over John I. That was 41-0 in that game. And then a big surprise, you'll hear from Coach Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons. They beat Kings Academy 22-7. So we'll hear from Coach Alex Gonzalez and talk about getting their second win of the season and winning their district championship for the first time in a while. Somerset Canyons 22-7 over Kings Academy. We'll get you other high school scores as we inch closer and as we start to get into the second half. We'll keep you updated as best we can. We don't have an update on every game in the area, but we'll do our best. What I do have is also Dwyer and Palm Beach Gardens in a weather delay. I'm not sure if that ever picked up. Last I saw as it was going into weather delay, I assume whenever Dwyer and Jupiter and all those schools are going into weather delay, they're likely going in at the same time. But to circle around on our scoreboard update at our Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update, Vero Beach 28, Rockledge 0. West Boca is up over Royal Palm 19-0. That game was delayed in the first half. Jupiter over Wellington 13-0. Game once again delayed in the first half. St. Andrews was up big over Somerset Key. That was 44-0 in the first half. When I saw there. Fort Pierce Central over Treasure Coast, 35-0 in the first half, closing in the second quarter over Treasure Coast. An easy one there for Fort Pierce Central. American Heritage was up over St. John Paul. That was 14-0. Palm Beach Central, they had a big win last week, got back in the win column with Coach Kevin Thompson. They're winning again over Tamarian Moreland Palm Beach Lakes, 10-0 in the late part of the first half. Dr. Joaquin Garcia losing to Dillard, 21-0. So we'll hear from a couple of the coaches further into the night. We'll hear from Christian Catt and Jimmy Bell, who are on the call live at the Martin Bowl. And despite the technical difficulties that we've had to this point, you will hear the entire second half live here on ESPN 106.3 and also streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X at ESPN Top 63. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented, of course, in part by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. You can call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez at Prather, help is just a local phone call away. You get offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So if you missed any of our local programming from throughout the week, you can catch it right here on the ESPN South Florida app and ESPN 106.3. So stay tuned for that. You can listen to Russo and Rizzo with myself and Mike Rizzo, 4 to 6 p.m. weekdays. You can also listen to Theoretically Speaking with Theo Dorsey and Christian Catt, 2 to 4 during the weeks. You can hear Saturday Tailgate and Sunday Huddle, our weekend programmings on Saturday and Sunday mornings specifically. You get Inter Miami playing tomorrow night, where you can catch the English and Spanish broadcast on the ESPN South Florida app. You can catch that all right here. And then you also have the Florida Panthers, who are who we have every game. We are the new home of Florida Panther hockey, looking on their quest for a three-peat. They've won 2 straight. Injuries to Matthew Tkachuk and Alexander Barkov. So you're going to have to see how they can respond. At this point in the season, it doesn't matter that much, but if you're not going to have Barkov the whole year and Tkachuk, you're not going to see him probably till 2027, then we're going to see if the 2-time champs can become 3-time champs for the first time. Last team to do that, 1984 New York Islanders. It's been a while. It's been about 40 years. Let's see if the Florida Panthers can do it. In other sports news, Game 5, Detroit and Seattle going on right now. Tarek Skubal on the mound, 1 man on, 1 out, bottom 1. As the Seattle Mariners are looking to close it out and move on to the NLCS and face on the Los Angeles Dodgers. So once again, we have a bunch of scores that we'll give you an update on, but we will take a timeout in the interim. Our Safebound Moving and Storage halftime update. We'll take a quick timeout. We'll see you on the other side of things. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSIsyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Kaiser National championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology. redefining Built Ford tough and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 19 sales.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. When injuries or pain get in the way, orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
We're back with the halftime score update presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. It's Colin Russo from the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. You get your halftime score, 13-6. Martin County's up over South Fork. As we lead you on, we'll hear from the second half, Christian Cat and Jimmy Bell in just a few short moments. First, the scoreboard from around the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. Vero Beach, 28. Rockledge is at 0. West Boca's at 19. Royal Palm was at 0. That was actually delayed. So I'm not sure what exactly is going on, but I imagine that's going to be a little bit before we get on rolling again. Palm Beach County and West Palm specifically is getting pounded with some lightning storms. Surprise, surprise for those in South Florida. Jupiter's up over Wellington. Last I saw was 13-0. Then they also went into weather delay. St. Andrews up big over Somerset Key. It was 44-0 in the first half, late first half last I saw. So a pretty lopsided affair there. Fort Pierce Central was up big over Treasure Coast early in the second quarter, 35-0. So that game doesn't look to be too competitive as well. American Heritage was up over St. John Paul, 14-0 at some point in the second quarter. And then I assume they went into some sort of weather delay. Palm Beach Central over Palm Beach Lakes first half, 10-0. Palm Beach Central leads Palm Beach Lakes. Dr. Joaquin Garcia is at 0. Dillard is at 21. As for Jensen Beach and John Carroll, also, that's one of the rare close games we've seen tonight. John Carroll's up 14-13 over Jensen at the half. So a good district matchup there where you get two good teams, defensive-minded. So that's what you have on that front. On the other side of things, it's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll hear from our coaches post-game. We'll also hear from a couple coaches who coached yesterday, including Nick LaSala of Spanish River. Had an easy win yesterday over Stoneman Douglas. They won about by 6 touchdowns. And a big surprise was Somerset Canyons over Kings Academy, where they won 22-7. We'll hear from Coach Alex Gonzalez post-game and talk about the game a little bit, because that's a team that now is won districts at 2-4. They still won district. So there's your update on that front. But what we will do is we'll head to a break in a few short moments, and we will get to Christian Cat and Jimmy Bell, who will take you up and through to the second half of our HSS Game of the Week, the Morton Bowl. Martin County, South Fork, Rod Harris 6-1, and Antoine Blatch 3-3 over at South Fork. This has been Colin Russo, and of course, you miss any of our coach interviews, go listen to them on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. We'll take a timeout right here on ESPN 106.3.
It's UFC Rio on October 11th as we get to see Charles do Bronx Oliveira take on Mateusz Gamrot in a lightweight scrap. Oliveira is looking to work his way back into title contention one final time, while Gamer hopes to establish himself as a true contender at 155. It'll be Oliveira's jiu-jitsu versus Gamrot's wrestling. If you love high-level grappling, this is the fight for you. Twin Peaks is your ultimate UFC headquarters for all the big pay-per-view cards and every fight night in between. Enjoy a nice cold 29-degree draft beer and made-from-scratch favorites from the kitchen as you watch all the fights on one of the big-screen HD TVs. With Twin Peaks as your fight night headquarters, there's never a bad seat in the house, and you get to enjoy all of the fights without a cover. Twin Peaks is your go-to for eats, drinks, and scenic views.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Back here live at the 42nd Annual Martin Bowl. Martin County 13, South Fork 6. In a game that really switched with penalties and fumbles, Coach. South Fork has not been that successful on offense, but they're using the turf to their advantage, and they pushed one in the end zone before the halftime break.
Well, you think coming into this game that you can find a way to get it done on all phases, but you got to hold on to the football, both teams.
Hand off to Hendricks. He goes left side, slips down at the 30, and he moves the football up about 3 yards down the field. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for Martin County. Martin County got the football out of the halftime break. There is a flag on that offensive play, and they will move it against Martin County. That has been the reason why this score is only a one-score ball game, has been the penalties against Martin County. A lot of self-inflicted wounds, both on offense and on defense, with terms of penalties and dropping the football.
Yeah, it makes the playing field even. I don't care how good you are. They've won 5 games in a row, have Martin County. But they've made a lot of mistakes tonight, uncharacteristic of the way in which they play. They got to try to clean it up in the second half.
So that personal foul moves them all the way back to the 12-yard line. Line to gain is the 38. Under center is quarterback Lewis for Martin County. He drops back to pass, fires it right side, deep ball, defender slips, and so does the receiver. It's incomplete. He went for it all on first and very long, and he got nothing out of it. Incomplete pass, second down and 25.
You know, you're Rod Harris. I know he addressed that at halftime about the penalties and making the mental errors, but you got to try to clean it up in the second half. You've given South Fork a chance to stay in this game. They've lost 2 games in a row. They're trying to find their way back, get their rhythm, but you give them opportunity because of your mistakes.
Second down and 25. Ball at the 12-yard line. Martin County has the football on their own half of the field. They have a 7-point lead with 11:37 to play in the third quarter. First drive of the second half. Lewis drops back, looks right, fires it across the middle of the field, incomplete. He was looking for Amarion Queen, but he threw it behind his number 1 target. Queen kind of put his palms to the sky and then slapped his thigh pads, unhappy where that football was delivered. It is now third and very long.
Very difficult to deliver it in these conditions. The ball was a little behind him, as you mentioned, but again, as a quarterback, you're trying to put it on the spot. The receiver goes a little further than you wanted him to. Not good conditions to throw the football this second half.
Third and long from the 12. We'll see if they give it off to Hendricks on a draw, because he can make a big play happen on any down and distance, or if it'll be a pass. It will be a pass. Lewis drops back to pass. Pressure, gets hit hard. Ball deep, caught to the 30, 35, cross field, close to the first down. He slips and falls to the 35-yard line. He is short of the line to gain by 2 yards. Almost got all of it back. Settled for 23 of the 25 yards needed. It looked like Anthony Flores would have had the first down if he just dove for it. Instead, he wanted it all. He wanted even a bigger play. And he gets stopped short, 2 yards short of the line of gain. And now the punt team on the field for Martin County. Max Kennedy taking the field. He fumbled one of those snaps earlier in the first half. We'll see what happens here. It is a high snap, caught by Kennedy, punted from the 25. He's got a big leg. It's returned at the 35 and brought down immediately. A big-time slam, that time by Austin Goodwin, as the DB playing special teams lowers the boom. And, Coach, you're pointing to the right side. I don't see what you're looking at.
Well, it looks like a flag. I saw the official throw a flag.
Oh, there it is, yes. It is covered up by the sideline. There was a flag down at the 35-yard. It might have been a drop, like an accidental drop of the flag, because no one's looking at it. And now the officials are talking it over about whether or not there's a flag. And a sideline warning is going to be given against South Fork. Sideline warning given against South Fork. No penalty yardage assessed either way on that one yet. But another one of those, and it sure will be a personal foul. Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty if that does happen. First and 10 for South Fork. 10:34 to play in the third quarter. The Bulldogs getting the football for the first time in this second half. They trail by 7, forcing that punt on a first and 10, 15-yard penalty that back to Martin County and just ended that drive before it could begin. Direct snap, running to the right side. Kerr gets brought down short of the 40. He only gains 1, maybe 2 yards. It'll be second down and 9.
Well, the question is who's going to make the in-game adjustments here in the second half that will determine who will win this football game. Putting the ball on the ground and making mistakes has kept South Fork in it, but who makes the halftime adjustments?
Second down and 9. The South Fork Bulldogs at home looking to make history. No one in pads has beaten the Martin County Tigers during their time as a South Fork Bulldog. It's a carry up the middle, and it's going nowhere fast. It's a loss of 1 yard back to the original line of scrimmage as South Fork try to make something happen, and another flag goes out And judging by the body language, it looks like it's going to be against Martin County. Martin County not known for being undisciplined, but a game like this, the emotions run high. South Fork is using it to their advantage. I don't know if it's repeated bait being delivered, and they're just catching grouper after grouper, but it continues to happen. And I'm waiting for them to assess the penalty yardage. It would have been 3rd and 10, but instead it is first down South Fork. 9:51 to play in the third quarter, and it's a first down for the Bulldogs. They pass midfield to the 49.
These are the type of mistakes you expect from a young team. South Fork has a lot of sophomore and freshmen playing. Martin County is a senior-laden team, over 20-plus seniors. You don't expect them to make these kind of decisions, but they have so far in this game.
First and 10 Bulldogs from the 49 in plus territory. It's a carry, Dennis right side, and he gets stuffed. Another loss. Make it no gain on first and 10. It's 2nd and 10 now for the South Fork offense. They trail by 7. It's 13-6, Martin County on top at the 42nd Annual Martin Bowl. 9:35 to play in this third quarter.
You know, Martin County's adjustment halftime is just put a man in every gap. Don't allow them to leak anything through to run the football. South Fork hasn't adjusted. We'll see what adjustments they make on the offensive side.
Going into the halftime break, we saw a red zone possession for South Fork. They had 3rd and 4th and 6 in the red zone. Threw the ball twice, did not get a completion, but there was an open receiver on that 3rd down play, was unable to link up with him, was Cherry. It's another run. It's another tackle for loss. The swarming Martin County Tiger defense gets home. What a play by Colin Dunleavy. Gets in the backfield and puts South Fork behind the sticks.
Anytime a coach introduces his defense first, you know he's very proud. Rod Harris said in the pregame, listen, we're going to do it on the defensive side. We got a lot of guys that can fly around. We're going to make plays. They've done that here in this first and second half.
3rd down and 11. Now for the offense of South Fork. The ball's at midfield. Line to gain is the 39-yard line. We'll see if there's a bag of tricks from head coach Blatch. It's a run, direct side, across the 50, ripped down at the 46. 4th down and 7 now coming up for South Fork. And they will likely punt this ball away, if I were to guess. Plenty of time on the clock, 20 minutes of game time to go in this one. 13-6 the score. Martin County holding a lead over South Fork in this rivalry matchup. And yes, here comes the punt team of South Fork, as booting this one away will be Davion McDonald, the senior do-it-all. Special teams, offense, defense. You'll see McDonald across the field all time tonight, this time as a punter. Punting it from his own 44. Whistles blow before the snap is made. And a timeout's called by Martin County. We will take a break with them. It's a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. 7:39 to play in this third quarter. 13-6, Martin County on top, getting the football back.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Back here live at South Fork High School. 13-6 the score. The Martin County Tigers lead. South Fork punting it away from their own 44. It's a low line drive kick that gets over the head of the return team of Martin County, but checks up at the 5. Ball's loose, scooped up at the 4. He's got space. 15, 20, 25, 35. Out of bounds at the 35-yard line, and there's a penalty flag out from way far away from the play. Good job trying to make something out of nothing for the return team of Martin County. but we'll see if there are illegal blocks that aided this big-time return that looked like it was a disaster initially for Martin County, as it took a while for them to wrangle the football inside their own 5-yard line, and then we await the official call from the penalty marker on the 40-yard line.
Well, that's when you know guys are trying to do a little too much. 25 yards away from the play, you get a penalty flag thrown. Just being overly aggressive doesn't make any sense. Guys got to calm down and just play their game.
And we're going to have offsetting penalties. A penalty goes against South Fork and against Martin County. Another one of those a little bit over-ambitious, over-enthusiastic after the whistle. And that will wash out both of the penalties. South Fork gives the football back to Martin County, and Martin County will have the football on their own 32-yard line. 7:24 remains in this third quarter. Tigers football, and the penalty yardage. It was a common trend in the first half. It hurt them on their first offensive drive in the second half. Here's their second drive of the second half. And now they move the football. I saw the offsetting call from the official. I swear I did, and I saw a point in other direction. But maybe these were penalties that could not have been offsetting, if that's the case. Either way, if you're watching live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, you see it as well as we do. Martin County got backed up all the way inside of their own 5-yard line. You've been coaching in this area for a long time. You've been broadcasting in this area for a long time. Do you have any guess on what the calls were there, Coach?
I've never seen that in my life. Like you said, initially they said offsetting penalties, then they assessed it against Martin County. I'm Rod Harris. I'm a little upset right now.
First and 10, Tigers offense, handoff, Hendricks, right side, barreling through bodies, tries to gain a little bit. He does, gets to the 5. It'll be second down and long. Line to gain is the 14-yard line. So just a gain of 1 there for Paul Hendricks, that workhorse, bruising running back of Martin County. We got a heavy dose of him last year when we covered more Martin County games. And Mike Rizzo with Al Shipman had a heavy dose of Paul Hendricks when Martin County beat Dr. Joaquin Garcia in that HSS game of the week. Nice tackle made at the line of scrimmage for South Fork, as getting his nose dirty was Deontay Wright. Coach, he went low on Hendricks, and that's got to be the only way to do it, right?
Yeah, you got to hit him below the waist, because if you try to tackle him up high, he's been pushing guys off, using his stiff arm. You got to be very physical with him. Stop him in the hole initially, make him hesitant, and you can make the play.
Third down and 6. Line to gain is the 14. They're at the 8-yard line. Martin County backed up on their own goal line. Hard count, free 5 yards, or is it? South Fork jumped in front of the neutral zone, but they immediately pointed across from them, indicating that maybe Martin County moved first. And now both sides are pleading their case. We'll see who was the first offender in early movement on this critical third down and 6 opportunity. 13-6 the score. Martin County leads over South Fork. And we're waiting for the penalty to be assessed. And it's going to be against South Fork. So it'll be third down and 1. That will be Paul Hendricks' territory, undoubtedly, as he's been able to roll out of bed and get 1 yard so far this evening. An official's timeout will be called for a water break before this third and short opportunity. You are watching and listening to the HSS Game of the Week. Martin County 13, South Fork 6. Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Timeout called. We'll be right back.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My Sports Certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
That we're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to the HSS Game of the Week. Technical difficulties throughout the night because there are so many bodies here at South Fork High School for the 42nd Annual Martin Bowl. This game just means more in South Florida. 13-6, Martin County has a handoff up the middle and gets an easy first down from Paul Hendricks to move the chains. HSS first down. Moves the football past the 20. First down, Martin County. Again, they lead by 7 with under 6 minutes to play in the third quarter. It has been the Paul Hendricks show on offense for Martin County. Martin County's had offense opportunities through the air, but some missed throws and a fumble has taken away some of their opportunities. Under center is Manny Louise. He will hand it off. Paul Hendricks, right side, fights forward, gains 7 on 1st and 10. It'll be 2nd down and 3.
You got to give him credit. Paul Hendricks just looks for contact. He's running downhill. The first time a guy makes contact is about 5 to 7 yards down the field. So he knows what he's doing. His offensive line is pushing the pile, and he's having a lot of success on that right side of the line.
5:05 to play in this third quarter. Martin County has the football with a 2nd and 3 coming up. One receiver split way out wide to the left, but he's just there for optics, it looks like, as another run is halted. Whistles being blown before this play gets off. Didn't know if I saw a penalty flag being thrown, and it is going to be offside. It's going to be called against South Fork to give a first down to Martin County. Again, it was 2nd down and 2.5. So now it is a first down for Martin County as that football is moved to the 33-yard line. 1st and 10 Tigers with under 5 to play in this third quarter. Martin County 13, South Fork 6. The Bulldogs have greatly benefited from a lot of Martin County self-inflicted wounds, whether it be turnovers or penalties. Hendricks on the carry right side. Falls forward after he goes past the line. The ball's loose again. Did they whistle the play dead, or is it South Fork ball? The ball went like 8 yards in the defensive backfield, but they are whistling the play dead down. Knee down at the 37. A 4-yard gain has it 2nd down, as it looked like, as I said, Martin County being killed by turnovers and penalty yardage. It looked like for a second South Fork got another Butterfingers fumble pickup.
You know, Hendricks is holding on to the football the best that he can. The officials are trying to keep it dry. But because of the conditions that we can't see on the field, the ball is very slippery, and he's trying to do the best he can to possess the football.
2nd down and 6, a 4-yard carry on 1st down. Hendricks to the left side. Hendricks gets a first down and more. Flag out, and he cruises out of bounds at the 49. And, Coach, when you see a soft edge, as you like to call it, that easy for a back like Hendricks, it's going to be a hold on the offensive line of Martin County when the flag comes out, and that is going to be the case.
Yeah, usually 99% of the time when that official throws the ball, the line judge there is going to be holding on the outside. So, again, he's bending the corner, but guys are grabbing and trying to make a hole for him. They've got to give the defender a chance to come off that block.
So back up Martin County. And they will be setting up, move it further and further back to the 30-yard line. 2nd down and around 13 yards now for the attack of the Martin County Tigers. Looking to improve to 6-1 on the season. South Fork trying to get above 500. The 3-3 coming into this year's Martin Bowl. 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. Martin County statistically has dominated this game so far. Have dominated time of possession, yards, on the ground and through the air. Flag out. We might have more defenders in the neutral zone when the ball is snapped, because we've seen that call 3 times this drive, if I recall correctly. All 3 times it's gone against South Fork. And this time, no, it's going to be a 5-yard penalty against Martin County. So turn a 2nd and 13 into a 2nd and 18. I believe I saw a delay of game there.
No, they actually call false start. Oh. So again, these guys are jumping. They're not listening to their own quarterback. They're moving very quickly, trying to get off and make the block. They've got to find a way to just hold their patience.
2nd down and 18. Martin County with the football way behind the sticks. They carry with Hendricks, and South Fork knows what's coming, but Paul Hendricks gets hit in the backfield, still gains 4 yards. And it'll be 3rd down and 13. Pretty much gets that penalty yardage back. Passing down coming up from Martin County. They're on their own 30-yard line. 3.5 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. The rain continues to fall at a steady pace. You can see it when you look at the lights here at South Fork High School. Manny Louise, quarterback, under center, has Hendricks behind him on 3rd and long. They just give it to Hendricks on 3rd and long. Flag out. Hendricks fighting all the way to the 35. He gains 5 yards. Not nearly enough. It's 4th and 8. And I see not 1 but 2 penalties. The last one came in well after the first. Judging by when that flag came in, one of these is probably a hold, as the officials wearing stripes confirm. And it will be 1 penalty against Martin County, a face mask against South Fork, and they will offset and will replay this 3rd and 13. Are you surprised Martin County running the football on 3rd and 13?
Not at all, because the conditions are dictating what they can do. Again, if you throw the ball down the field, it slips out of the quarterback's hand, you're going to have a problem. So you want to just possess the football, play great defense. They've done a great job of stopping South Fork on the offensive side.
So 3rd and long, line to gain is the 43-yard line. Ball's at the 30. Clock, he reads 3 minutes to go in this 3rd quarter. No scoring in the 3rd quarter quite yet. Trips receivers right for quarterback Luis, lone receiver left. And he drops back to pass under center. Fires it right side, got him, and he slips and falls. The Mud Monster eats up the intended target of Martin County. And it will be a punt coming up for the Tigers, as getting back onto the field is what was aptly named a weapon, Max Kennedy. Special teams extraordinaire. He kicks, he punts, and he's going to try to back up South Fork and flip the field position here with a long leg. 2 men deep to return this one for South Fork. Looks like Caden Beard, one of the 2 men. This will be punted from the 17-yard line. The rain's coming down. High snap, corralled by Kennedy. He punts this one, not one of his best. It will land at the 35, and ball's loose for a second, but falling back on top of it is Deshaun Delancey. Delancey touches it down and just cuts the losses of that special teams play for South Fork. With how slippery the football is, with how slippery the field is, he fell on top of it at the 25. Job well done by Max Kennedy with a pretty high snap to compose himself and kick that one away as South Fork gets the football back on their own 25. 2:44 to play in the 3rd quarter. Martin County 13, South Fork 6.
Yeah, it's a tremendous weapon to have. Again, you want to get the ball out on 1 step because all you're trying to do is get it down there. You hope they fumble, but just cover it, make sure they don't get a good return on that.
And we see the jumbo set. A fullback, 2 tight ends behind the line of scrimmage, and 1 man taking the snap. And he does take the snap, fighting left side. A one-dimensional South Fork offense only can run the ball, and on 1st and 10, they do run the football for 5 yards to the 30-yard line. 2nd and 5 coming up, 2:25 to play in this 3rd quarter. Again, South Fork has the ball down by 7. But judging by the ineffectiveness of their offensive attack in this game, they've got to feel very fortunate to be in this spot.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they've made some mistakes on their side as well, but most of the mistakes have come from Martin County. They've done a great job. South Fork are hanging around.
Dennis the direct snap and Dennis the carry. He gains 2 yards on 2nd and 5, setting up 3rd and 3. So much of this offense of South Fork is reliant on early down success. When they put themselves behind the sticks, you essentially wave the white flag on 1st and 15, on 2nd and 15, because it's just built on running the football downfield. That play wasn't necessarily very glamorous, but 2 yards sets up 3rd and 3. That's fine.
Yeah, you hope you can get some kind of break in there at some point. maybe someone misses a tackle, but that's all you got to go on right now. Haven't been able to throw the football down the field.
Chris Cherry, an unfamiliar spot. He's in the shotgun. Trips right, long receiver left. He's going to look at a pass. Wide receiver screen. Caught at the 29-yard line. Flag out. It'll be a hold against South Fork on the wide receiver screen, and that will stifle that play. I don't think – it looks like he may have gotten it if there was no penalty, but clear as day, there was a hold on a blocking wide receiver where the pass was thrown, and this will back up the South Fork offense in a disadvantageous spot behind the sticks on the offensive holding call.
Yeah, say what you must. It's very difficult to block as a receiver because you're trying to hit the guy inside. Your feet are slipping from up under you. Trying to make a great play there, but again, those things happen in conditions like this.
More of a conversation. It feels like these officials are trying to get on the right page. Every call comes with about a 45-second dialogue based on what the ruling should be. So maybe they're judging whether or not two guys differed in opinion on whether or not it was a hold or not. Or it looks like it's more of a spot in the football issue, judging by their body language and holding the football out. And they're going to wave off the flag. No offensive holding call. So maybe my first guess wasn't too off. If there's no offensive holding call, then you turn your attention to where they are spotting the football. It looks to be around the line of scrimmage. He did not get the line to gain. He got no gain. And maybe in 45 years, he will need a row gain. And South Fork will punt it away from his own 21-yard line as Davion McDonald will play the field position game as the Three Faces football player will punt this one back to Martin County. Good snap. The catch is more than fine. It's punted high and kicked, returned, and dropped. South Fork jumps on top of it for a moment. It's a Bulldog ball. Ball on the ground again. South Fork gets the football. Another disastrous play. And there is a penalty flag in the offensive backfield, the punting team's backfield. So, depending on what this penalty is, it might be a re-kick or it might be South Fork football if it's a penalty against Martin County. I did not see any contact. I wasn't looking in the direction of the punter, McDonald. It is a penalty against... If you're watching on YouTube, you saw the official initially point in Martin County's direction, and then he pivoted, turned around, and then didn't point in any direction. What is two hands slapping your hips, Coach?
It looked like he was going down to his knees like a chop block, so I'm not certain. He went halfway, didn't really give the full motion, so I'm not really sure.
South Fork's offense is on the field for our radio audience, and the South Fork Bulldogs will have the football back. If you are head coach Rod Harris, you are scratching your head for a lot of this game for both actions your teammates have, your players have done in terms of inducing penalties and questionable calls. South Fork has a football, direct snap to the up back, and there is a whistle blown before the play is ran. Whistles get blown and a timeout is called, brought to you by Sports Certified Marketplace, a division of Vitacost. We will take a break and be right back. 53 seconds to play in the third quarter. Martin County 13, South Fork 6, here on ESPN 106.3.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 106.3.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
And we're back here live on ESPN 106.3, live on YouTube. You can watch each and every HSS Game of the Week supported by Smith Ball, Bias, and Prather on YouTube. So make sure you plug it on in, subscribe to that channel at ESPN Top 63. 1st and 10, South Fork. Run to the right side. A direct snap. He gets to the 30-yard line. A slow and steady gain of 3 yards that time by South Fork. We'll set up second down and around 7. And Coach, that is going to be the path to success. If you're playing 4-down football, 3 yards a carry is more than all right for head coach Blatch and the South Fork Bulldogs. Second down and 7. Dennis on the carry. Reverses field across the 35-yard line. 20! Nearly broke free. He was one broken tackle away from a touchdown and a point after away from a tie game. Instead, he'll settle for an HSS first down to move the chains. Bulldogs now with a lot of wind beneath their sails on turnovers from Martin County. Most recently, a punt that was muffed and given back to South Fork. Ball's at the 17-yard line. Into the red zone goes South Fork. 1st and 10. And this will be the end of the third quarter. Buckle up, folks. We are in for one heck of a 42nd annual Martin Bowl finish. 13-6. Martin County on top of the South Fork Bulldogs. Don't go anywhere. It's the HSS Game of the Week on ESPN 106.3.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Yeah, we're coming to your city.
South Fork football. 1st and 10 from the 17. They flip field. It's a carry. Kerr falls down and gets brought down in the backfield for a loss. He tried to run right, but Anquan Kerr never had his footing. The playing field has played a massive factor all night long.
Yeah, the turf monster has made more tackles than anyone on the field tonight because the conditions have dictated what both teams can do. But got to give South Fork credit. They're hanging around. They're taking advantage of the opportunities when they have a chance. They got to try to finish this drive with points.
11:30 remains in the game. We are in the 4th and final quarter. At home, put your 4s up, buckle up, and watch this game on YouTube. At ESPN Top 63, South Fork trying to pull off one of the upsets of the year in the Treasure Coast. But if you ask head coach Rod Harris, if you ask head coach Antoine Blatch, when these two teams match up in the Martin Bowl for the records out the door, there are no upsets. Everyone's 0-0. It's a fumbled snap, ball loose. South Fork falls on top of it. The ball was snapped between the quarterback Cherry and the running back Dennis. And fortunately for South Fork, Matt Dennis fell on top of it. He kind of used his shin to pin it against the ground and kept the football with South Fork. We talked about the entire offense relies on early down success. Anything but that, as it is now 3rd down and 20 plus for South Fork. Line to gain is the 7. They have the football at the 27. Trips left. Cherry's looking for a prayer here. He drops back the pass to the freshman quarterback. Tucks it. Runs it left. Eyes downfield. He's going to run it and not get anywhere. It's a sack. Short of the 30-yard line. Several Tigers were there to make the play, one of which was big-time playmaker Wyatt Parks. The junior linebacker showed sideline-to-sideline speed. Under 10 to play in this 4th quarter, and South Fork is now well behind the sticks to the 33-yard line. Line to gain is the 7. If you do some math, that means it is 3rd down and 26. Some famous South Fork alum roaming the sidelines, trying to will their alma mater to success. 4th down, I believe, Coach. They have 3rd down on the sideline, but it's 4th down. Going for it to South Fork. Cherry, heavy pressure. Fires it deep across the middle. It's called to the 15, trying to drag tacklers forward, but Martin County plays very smart. Guards the 1st down marker and gets the stop. Flag comes in late, but this is after the play. If I have this correct, at a 4th down stop, with about 5 yards to go before the line to gain, if there was a personal foul against Martin County will get the football back and they'll back them up. That personal foul came after the whistle, after the play was dead. Might as well have happened right before the next snap. So there was a flag out. It's not been announced what the flag is, but it looked like they were playing heavily through the whistle, and maybe a Martin County Tiger got a little bit too ambitious, a little bit too excited, and played a little bit too far through the whistle. There is an injured South Fork Bulldog getting helped to the sideline. 9:06 to play in the 4th quarter. It is a personal foul against South Fork. Hold the phone. It will be 1st down Martin County. It was a heave and a prayer that time for Chris Cherry, and he got it completed pass deep down the field. But the early set of down miscues has that all for nothing. If anything, it's a long arm punt. And there is a timeout called on the field. We will take a timeout here as well as Martin County heads to a sideline huddle. 9:06 to play here in the game. It's 13-6. Martin County on top by a touchdown. Don't miss this finish on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 and on the FM dial on the ESPN South Florida app, ESPN 1063. You know what? We're actually going to stay right here. We're going to stay right here. Don't go anywhere, as it was a half timeout. Not exactly sure if they assessed the timeout to either side. There was an injured South Fork Bulldog, and Martin County went to their sideline and took full advantage of it, as they should have. 1st and 10, Martin County. 9:06 to play in the 4th quarter. Under center is quarterback Louise. He hands it off. Hendricks gets met in the backfield, and this time Hendricks has his back into the direction he's trying to go. Gets stuffed. No gain on 1st and 10.
One of the few times tonight they've been able to stop him before he can get to the line of scrimmage. Again, that penetration by South Fork, just selling guys out, blitzing on 1st down, making sure they don't get a big run.
Clock's rolling, under 8.5 minutes to go in this game when the ball is snapped to quarterback Manny Louise. It's almost like for South Fork, you just sell out for the run and count your blessings on the pass. It is a run. Hendricks, right side, breaks the tackle, 40, 45, 50. He stumbles at the 40 and gets brought down short of the 30-yard line. Big gain for Paul Hendricks. There's a flag on the tackle at the end of the play. As Hendricks looked like it was curtains on that run, threw a man off his body. And South Fork's defense they were pursuing the ball carrier, and then when it looked like Hendricks was going down, I don't want to say gave up on the play, but they thought the play was over. And then all of a sudden, out of the cloud of smoke, essentially, the big back Paul Hendrick explodes into the second level. Add penalty yards at the end of that play, and into the red zone goes Martin County. They've got the football at the 17. 1st and 10, Martin County looking to extend their 7-point lead. Thanks for joining us live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Martin County football, 13-6. The road team, the Tigers, trying to take down the underdogs, aptly named the Bulldogs at home. Luis under center. Manny takes the snap, hands it off. Hendricks left side, bouncing it, still going side to side, and he gets brought down by his jersey short of the line of scrimmage. It's a 3-yard loss to the 20-yard line. And again, Coach, you might as well go zero blitz every play, zero run blitz every play, because that is the hope that South Fork has of stopping these run plays short of any turnovers.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you can't miss a tackle, and that's what they did on the previous play. He got to the line of scrimmage, and they missed a tackle. They had him in the backfield, but you cannot allow him to break through and break tackles.
Second down and long. Line to gain is the 7. Ball spotted at the 20. In plus territory. Martin County leading by 7. 7 minutes to go in the game. Handoff. Left side. You betcha. It's Hendrick. Plenty of penalty flags come out, as this one might be backing up Martin County further behind the sticks. That is when you've seen South Fork have more and more success, when they can have Martin County backs against the wall, force quarterback Luis to throw, and that's when they're able to seize the opportunities. All the scoring of this game took place in the first half. Paul Hendricks had a 42-yard touchdown run, if I recall correctly. It was a big home run touchdown run. Amarion Queen had a big touchdown catch. South Fork had a 1-yard touchdown run for their lone touchdown in this game. It is a hold against Martin County, and the spot is at the 35-yard line. Line to gain is still the 7. Second and oh so very long. 2nd and 28. Conservative is South Fork here. Fumbled snap! Ball's loose! Could be anybody's! Ball's still loose, but they blow the play dead. Looks like scooping the football up was Justin Morris on the outside. I think the officials lost the ball, lost sight of the football, thought it was recovered by somebody, blew the whistles to play it dead at a safety, but that ball was still loose.
It was. It should have been Martin County's ball, and he was going down the sideline, as you mentioned, but again, the officials blew the whistle too quickly.
Ball at the 40-yard line. Tigers move even further back behind the sticks on the fumbled snap. Third, hold the phone. Waiting the official down marker. If it's what we expected to happen, what we called to happen, it should be 3rd and very long. The down marker has it as 2nd down. So maybe a penalty yards there, back them up. And they'll replay 2nd down from 5 yards further back from the 40-yard line. Play action pass. Luis looking to air this baby out. He's got heavy pressure, and he gets hit behind the line of scrimmage. It's no gain, no sack at the 40-yard line. It will be 3rd down. Luis is lucky to hold on the football there because he was looking down the field while rolling to his left, and he got hit from behind. And sometimes, especially in conditions like this, that ball can come out.
Yeah, one guy hit him from the front, one from the back. Again, you mentioned he was lucky to hold on to it, but that's why if you're Rod Harris, you got to keep running the football. You can't throw the ball down the field. You got the lead. The onus is on them to try to make a play.
Yeah, you want your defense on the field right now. I think you can only face disaster here through special teams or trying to do too much. 3rd down and a country mile. Balls to the 40, line against the 7. Play action pass. Luis falls down. It's a net loss of 7 yards. Move the football all the way back to the 47. And Martin County is going to have their punt team come out on the field. We heard again multiple times reference punter Max Kennedy, their senior X factor in special teams. He's back there deep to punt this one away. And we've had bad snaps. We've had issues. This is a conservative as a punt as you can get. Get the football, punt the football. We'll see if South Fork sends pressure. They've got 2 men deep to return. It is punted away, small pressure, spiraling kick, and they will let it bounce. And it goes, checks up at the goal line. Is it in the end zone? It is a touchback. Wow. Kennedy was maybe 6 inches away from the play of the game, pinning South Fork back at their own inch-yard line. But instead, it's 6 inches too far into the second level. And it will be a touchback. And South Fork will get the football instead of their own 1 on their own 20. They're kind of meandering the football down for a touchback. For a second there, it looked like they wanted to put the ball at the 1, but now the official ruling is a touchback. South Fork ball, and the way South Fork runs offense, the realist in me wants to tell the audience this is probably the last drive of the game they're going to see the football. 4:41 on the clock.
Yeah, they will. And this is the same position they were in last year with an opportunity to win the game with 4 minutes left, a little over 4 minutes here. They can go down and get a touchdown. And they've got to get a 2-point conversion in order to win.
And, you know, if South Fork does score a touchdown, I think there's no question about it. They're going to be, if they're able to go 80 yards into the end zone, they're going to have the momentum, and their play style lends itself to getting those 2.5 yards. And a stoppages of play with 4:41 to play here in the fourth quarter. A great time to tell you about a racetrack. At a racetrack, they're more than just a one-stop shop for your football tailgate. They're much bigger than that. They support our community. The Freeze was here today at the coin toss. We hung out with the Freeze. That's their mascot. I love the Freeze at a racetrack. They've got a mentality. Whatever gets you going, style of the convenience. Racetrack is your go-to for all the game day essentials. From ice cold drinks, salty snacks, sweet treats, and everything in between, including that freshly made in-house pizza. Racetrack proudly operates under the mission to make people's lives simpler and more enjoyable. That one-stop shop for quality and convenience on the go. 7.5 million people every week go to Racetrack, and they never regret that choice because Racetrack is here for our community. They support our local high school athletes. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. It's a designed run from the quarterback on the left side, the Wildcat essential offense, to the 23-yard line. Goes the rushing attack of South Fork. It'll be 2nd down and 7 on that short gain on 1st and 10. Line to gain is the 30, and that clock continues to roll. It was snapped with 4:41 to go in the game, and the next snap will take place with around 4 minutes to go in this Martin Bowl edition 42. Big bodies in the backfield of South Fork. Not too much trickeration so far this evening. It is a design run, and Martin County jumps all over it. A 3-yard loss erases the previous play. It's 3rd down and 10. When you have no threat of the pass, it makes it real simple for that defensive line and pretty much all 11 members of that defense of Martin County where you can kind of cheat a bit.
Yeah, guys are just teeing off because they're about 5 yards away from the ball, all 11 guys. Again, that's what you got to do. Don't miss a tackle, get in the backfield, and you can cause problems with this offense.
3rd and 10 from the 20. First down marker is at the 30-yard line. South Fork has obviously 2 plays to get this necessary yardage as their backs are against the wall. Clock is still rolling on those back-to-back runs. The ball will be snapped with under 3:10 to play in the game. Cherry in the shotgun. Play action pass, heavy pressure, meanders out of it, fires to the sideline. It's incomplete. Good defense in the play that time from Jairi Hutchinson. The senior DB soared in and broke up that pass. It's do or die time for head coach Antoine Blatch and the 3-3 South Fork Bulldogs. Trying to win their first Martin Bowl in 5 years. But, you know, I thought it was going to be 4-down territory, but with this style of offense, South Fork is electing to punt this one away instead as Davion McDonald trots onto the field to punt it away. A 3 and out for South Fork on offense. Punting from his own 9. The return team on the field for Martin County. It's punted away. A high kick that won't be returned. It will go out of bounds and give Martin County fantastic field position. Where really, how many yards did South Fork gain on that punt? About 25. They punted it from their own 20, and Martin County will get the football on the plus 45-yard line. 2:57 to play in this fourth quarter. Martin County has a 7-point lead. Thank you to all of the local high school sports partners across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that make these high school football broadcasts possible. We would not be here broadcasting and covering these games without the efforts of our local businesses that want to keep on hearing high school football coverage across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Martin County with the football at the 45-yard line in plus territory. You have some wide receivers doing some dance move of the Tigers. They're feeling themselves. Under 3 to play in the game. Martin County 13, South Fork 6. Luis under center, takes it, quarterback run, just sneaks it forward. Gains an easy 4 yards. The South Fork was not anticipating that quick action from the quarterback. 2nd down and 6. Line to gain is the 35. Clock continues to roll.
I like the adjustment there. Give me 4 wide receivers, spread the defense out, and just take the quarterback. He's the safe guy, right? Hold on to the football, run straight up the middle of the field. They're not prepared, as you mentioned, and that's where you start. Now snap it with about 2 seconds to go on the play clock.
2nd down and 6 for Martin County. This ball will be snapped with right around 2:10 to play in the game. Feels like 1 first down and it's game over. Bulldogs do have 3 timeouts according to the scoreboard. It's another Manny Lewis carry. Manny Lewis just charges forward. We're used to seeing Paul Hendricks do that in the Tigers uniform. How about the quarterback? The junior, Lewis, gets a first down for Martin County. And the clock will roll under 2 minutes to play in the game. And now a timeout is called by South Fork. It is a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout after that 7-yard quarterback sneak by the junior QB of the Tigers. 1:48 remain in the game. 13-6. Tigers on top. Bulldogs clinging for life. Back here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
7 more seconds are added onto the clock here at South Fork High School. It's the 42nd Martin Bowl. That beautiful trophy is being awaited to be declared. Who will be the winner of this edition? Another carry up the middle. The rushing attack of Martin County is bludgeoning all night long under these rain showers at South Fork High School. It's another gain on 1st and 10. A gain of 3, maybe 4. Ball at the 31-yard line. 2nd down and 6. 13-6 the score. Martin County on top of South Fork. The clock continues to run. I think the scoreboard might be incorrect on the amount of timeouts that South Fork does have remaining, because if they did have any more timeouts, they would be using them now, and that's not the case. Clock rolls under 1:10 before this ball will be snapped. Lewis has been a game manager here tonight, and this time he wants to be a game sealer. A carry, left side, another quarterback sneak. Is it the Martin County Tigers or is it the Philadelphia Eagles? Timeout called by South Fork. That will be their final of the game, and it will be 3rd down and 3.5. Another timeout called, brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. I mentioned many of the partners that help support high school athletics in and around Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. How about the Kaiser Seahawks? That flagship campus of Kaiser University, it's right in the heart of West Palm Beach. It's off on 95 in the Turnpike. They've got a football team that's ranked number 2 in the country in NAIA play. They've been to back-to-back NAIA national championships on the football field. They won the whole dang thing in 2023. And they've got 26 national championships as an athletic program as a whole. Their championships not only on the field, but also in the classroom. Go to KUSeahawks.com, KUSeahawks.com. If you're thinking about taking that next step of playing at the collegiate level right in your backyard, or maybe you want to keep up to date with every single athletic program that's contending for championships on the flagship campus of Kaiser University, KUSeahawks.com. And their next home game is 2 weeks from tomorrow. We'll see you there at Kaiser Multipurpose Field. 1:03 to play in this 4th quarter. Early movement. Martin County may have gone first. We're seeing hands on the helmets, and it'll be offsides against South Fork. That should be the ball game as Martin County gets South Fork to jump, and they can take a couple of knees on it to finish this one as 2025 Martin Bowl champions. First down, Martin County Tigers. No timeouts remain for South Fork. What a grinded out, ugly, muddy performance. But what matters most, it's a win for Martin County.
If you ask Rod Harris, it was beautiful. Better looking than Halle Berry because, again, you come out with a win. I don't care how you get it. You got to get a win in the situation. District game, Martin Bowl, all rolled into one. It's a great night for the Martin County Tigers.
How about the equipment manager that's going to have a task ahead of him or her or them this weekend? Because you can't see the numbers of either side because of how much mud's in the uniforms. A knee's taken down by Martin County. Whistles blow. I think did head coach Antoine Blatch, did he have another timeout stuffed somewhere in his back pocket? So I'm really confused there because he used 2 timeouts when it was 1st and 10. He used one on the first down play. Didn't use one on the second down play. Then used one on the third down play. If you had 3 timeouts, you would think you'd use it on the second down play. However, head coach Antoine Blatz of South Fork is speaking to the officials right now. They warranted the time stoppage. A timeout was called, whether it be of the road team, the home team, or the officials. Either way, after that victory formation kneel down was made, the clock stopped with 1:01 to play in the 4th quarter as you and I were getting ready for the postgame show. A lot of head-scratching moments in this game. It starts with our technology itself, unfortunately giving a roadblock to our coverage of the game. And it's continuing with the action on the field, both by the players and the officials. So another snap will be made. Another kneel down will be made. And the clock will wind. And that should be the ball game after one more kneel down as a formality, as that will fill up the play clock. And stick around after the final whistle here in the booth. Live at South Fork High School, myself, Christian Cat, and the coach Jimmy Bell will hand out the Duffy's MVP of the game, as well as we'll tell you where the next HSS game of the week is going to be. It is sure to be a barn burner. That's coming up on the post-game show. And the final kneel down is made, and the clock will trickle to 0. Martin County wins the Martin Bowl. Final score 13-6. It wasn't pretty, but it was good enough to improve Coach Rod Harris's Tigers to 6-1 on the season. South Fork falls to 3-4. We'll take a break, be right back, and wrap things up here live at the HSS Game of the Week again. Martin County wins the Martin Bowl 13-6.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff. Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Now we're coming to your city.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Kaiser University's flagship.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Now we're coming to your city.
Back here live on ESPN 106.3. It is the post-game show here on the HSS Game of the Week. Final score, 13-6. Martin County wins the Martin Bowl, the 46th annual Martin Bowl. It was not clean. It was ugly. It was not the most flashy football game you've ever seen. But when you look at the field, it kind of assumed that was going to happen when we saw warm-ups.
Yeah, you had to. You knew the conditions would determine, what type of play you would have tonight. Rod Harris did a great job of adjusting as a head coach. He had a little bit of everything. It tested his team's will. They knew if they're coming in here, they had to win, play great football in order to win. They did everything they needed to do to win this football game.
And one of the guys that really was a workhorse all night long, he's got to get the Duffy's MVP of the game, is Paul Hendricks. Paul Hendricks is wearing a white #1 jersey, but you would not know that if you looked at him right now. He got as dirty as it can get because he was getting as many carries as he could have humanly possible. And that last drive was a lot of Lewis, the quarterback, getting carries, but Paul Hendricks was so hard to bring down all night long. He had one of the 2 Martin County touchdowns, but he was imposing his will all night.
He did, and that's the way you run the football. You got to run with that attitude, coming downhill. He continued to go forward. They only tackled him 2 times, I think, the whole night out of 22 carries in the backfield. So he did a great job. He fumbled the ball a couple of times, and you would expect that in these conditions, but great job running the football.
Again, final score, Martin County 13, South Fork 6. South Fork falls to 3-4 on the season, but not all losses are created equal. You really want to win the Martin Bowl. This is one that everyone puts their blood, sweat, and tears in. We saw the traffic backing out onto the road coming into tonight, where some people only made it in the building for the second half because of how hard it was to get a parking spot to watch these 2 storied rivals square off with one another. That was South Fork, the losing side. The winning side, Martin County, improves to 6-1 on the season as they are looking to climb up the ESPN top 10 rankings. This is a district game too, so this matters even more so in terms of playoff futures and possibilities. We already gave the Duffy's MVP of the game. Time to give you the look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl. We're going to look ahead to next week on Friday night, a clash of Palm Beach County Titans. West Boca, reigning state champion, and state power Cardinal Newman. Coach, you going to be there with me?
Definitely, most definitely.
I mean, we are excited to see the rushing attacks of both those sides. JV and Mallory going up against Phoenix Jonia. You don't want to miss that. And we're going to be live right here on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for every single snap, fumble, touchdown, big play, you name it, we'll have it on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, on Twitter, X, at ESPN Top 63, and on Facebook at ESPN West Palm. Of course, on the ESPN South Florida app and on ESPN 106.3. Well, for the coach, Jimmy Bell, I am Christian Catt. This has been your HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. Martin County wins the Martin Bowl, edition 42. 13-6. Colin Russo will take it from here for the postgame show on ESPN 106.3.
Hey, it's Theo Dorsey, and Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this sports season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash. It's simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 different player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you can cash in. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, which means you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's passing yards, rushing yards, and touchdowns? Now you can pick all of them in the same lineup only on Prize Picks. But it's not just football. With basketball season tipping off soon, you can make picks on your favorite players all season long. Download the app today and use code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code THEOD to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the stone belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones down in the stone belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States. That risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com. Mike Rizzo here with the Sports Business Minute, presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. As we know, in college sports, one of the more lucrative positions you could have is being a head coach, especially on the football side. And a football coach with a lucrative contract in college sports is Penn State's James Franklin. Penn State recently lost to 0-4 UCLA. They were the number 2 team in the country heading into the 2025 college football season. And a lot of Penn State fans are ready to move on from James Franklin with his bad record against top teams and all the things surrounding that. Well, $50 million is what they would owe James Franklin. That is a very expensive firing. This is the Sports Business Minute, presented by the Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program. Accelerate your career in sports with the program committed to developing top-notch executives and managers with a focus on the job placement for students and graduates. The Florida Atlantic MBA in Sport Management program.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUCHawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help
over Kings Academy last night. We'll talk to him momentarily, and maybe we'll talk to the head coach of Jensen Beach, Tim Caffey, who had a big win. Maybe we'll talk to him. That should be a whole lot of fun. Moss Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. It has 5 sensational flavors, inspired by Messi himself: Miami Punch, Berry Copa Crushed, Orange Dior, newest flavor, the greatest grape. They have it all. Purchase Moss Plus by Messi today at Walmart or online at mossbymessi.com. So some scoreboard updates as we kind of move around through the Palm Beach County area. Our HSS game of the week was a good one. It was 13-6. It was a defensive-minded slugfest. As for some of the other ones, Fort Pierce Central won over Treasure Coast 49-0. Jensen Beach, as we said, beat John Carroll 21-20. And you had the St. Andrews, an easy one for them over Somerset Academy Keys, 59-12. 59-12 final score there. And on top of that, Olympic Heights. How about this? A big win for Olympic Heights. They beat Palm Beach Christian tonight 56-0. Oh, my goodness, 56-0. A lopsided affair there. We saw West Boca. They have a win over Royal Palm. I believe the final score was 31-0. We'll get that final score if there's any changes to it, but I believe 31-0 on that front. What we will do now is we will continue our Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We'll loop in the head coach of Somerset Canyons. This is a team that was 1-4 going into their game yesterday against Kings Academy. And in a district game where they were already 1-0 in districts, they were able to take down Kings. And a team that Alex Gonzalez told me was a team that had their team's number, had Somerset Canyons' number. And it was important for him to not only get that win for the motivation of the guys, the inspiration, the morale of the guys, if you will. And he said a bunch of other interesting things about the culture and a whole lot more. Take a listen to our Kaiser's Coaches Corner with Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons Academy Football. Colin Russo kicking things off here. Their Kaiser's Coaches Corner on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We're looping in the head coach of Somerset Canyons football, sitting at 2-4. Had a huge win yesterday over Kings Academy, 22-7. We got a lot to do, of course, talking to the coaches around the area, but let's loop in head coach Alex Gonzalez with us now. Coach, what's going on? How are we feeling today on a Friday?
I'm doing great, man. Doing great. It's always great when you come after off of win. So I appreciate you guys having me here today, and I'm excited to kind of get talking about last night.
Yeah, Coach, we got a lot to break down. Tell me a little bit about the game. How'd it go? Your eyes on the ground. What went down?
It went well, man. The boys competed 4 quarters, 48 minutes. It's one of the biggest things we preach all season, especially with the team that we have this year and the youth and the inexperience that we've had. And it showed in early parts of the season. We kind of got around to kind of finally playing complete games in these last 2 weeks. We've been playing pretty good football and, still learning with our mistakes, but, kind of facing adversity and growing from it. So they played 48 minutes, and all the way to the last whistle.
And what was the game plan going into the game? What was the expectation of what you were telling your guys? Message on the board, what were you telling them?
It seize the moment. Every opportunity that the game presents itself to take an opportunity, those moments that come across and take advantage of them and never let the moment get too big during the games. I always preach to the kids, the different adversities that you're going to go through the game, different emotions that are going to happen during a football game, and kind of never let those emotions get too big and not too small, and just take advantage of them. And, game plan is just play our brand of football and stay disciplined. On both sides of the ball, and we were able to do that in all 3 phases, and it was great.
Coach Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons won the 2A District 11 championship game yesterday over Kings Academy, 22-7. Coach, tell me a little bit about what goes differently into district games. Do you have a different type of feel about it? Does it feel almost like a rivalry? How do you guys perceive it and treat it going into the week?
Yeah, absolutely. The moment is bigger. Everything's on the line, especially last night. Everything was on the line for us. It was a win or go home situation. We win, we lock in a playoff spot, and we can kind of just go into the rest of the season. And the Kings Academy, man, we've never been able to beat them. We played them 6 times over the course of the last 4 years, and they've always had our numbers. We've gotten close a couple of years, but we really couldn't get over that hump. And so happened that they were in our district the last 2 years. And, great Coach Burrack over there. He does a great job. He's been doing a great job over there. And, well-coached, well-disciplined team. And we always know it's going to be a battle. It's always going to be a battle. We tell the kids it's going to be a battle, regardless who we face. But when it comes to teams like the Kings Academy that we have in our district, it's even more of a little bit of a rivalry. They've had our numbers the last six meetings, and this week I sent a message. I sent all the players all the scores from the last 6 meetings, and kind of asked them what that meant, and a lot of them knew what it meant. And I'll say you have an opportunity to kind of write history tonight and rewrite it and change that narrative.
Coach, it's got to be not easier, but there's a little bit more bulletin board material when you play a team that you guys see consistently, and like you said, a team that has had your number up to this point. The motivation, inspiration factor of getting the guys ready to go, it's a little easier comparatively than it can be on a different week. Tell me a little bit about, sort of boiling in those emotions, getting them kind of riled up for the game, but also, like you said, don't make the moment too big. How did you sort of balance that?
It went with, during our bye week, we talked about moments during our bye week right before we started playing Heritage, and we learned a lot about that Heritage game. It was a game that we all felt that we let slip away towards the end there, and kind of that same feel we went into that game with the rivalry, the adversity, and how we knew it was going to go. We knew that this game was going to be the same way. We knew that in terms of them having our number, I try to just remind the kids that, like, hey, listen, we haven't done anything over the last 6 times. Every time we played, the Kings Academy, we just haven't been able to get it done. So this is an opportunity to get it done, and just talk about just moments that just never let it get too big, and just kind of stay within the moment before we got too big for it. And the kids they did that, man. They learned last week how it felt, and they learned from those mistakes and kind of put it into fruition last night.
And Coach, a Thursday night game for you guys as well. Do you like playing the Thursday games? Do you almost like having that extra day of the weekend, getting it out of the way? Did you miss the Friday night lights a bit? Tell me about that.
It's Thursday nights are 50-50. I mean, I don't like it because it's a short week to prepare for a Thursday night game, and but then the back half of it is you can do enjoy your Friday nights, an opportunity to go, watch some other games around the area. It's 50-50. Kind of just depends how it goes. It's a lot better when you win.
Yeah.
If you play Thursday night and it's a loss, and the next Friday is a little bit miserable.
Yeah, if you win, it looks great, and then when all of a sudden when you lose, you're thinking about the short week. But you guys were the beneficiaries of that, 22-7 over Kings Academy. Tell me a little bit about, now we're about 2 weeks into the season. 2 months into the season, the growth of the team. This is probably the biggest win of the year up to this point. What were you seeing from your guys in terms of progression? How have they adjusted from what this team was 2 months ago to what they are now?
Yeah, it's the maturity level from our seniors. They've kind of taken into account of how their season wanted to go. We talked a lot about, that our goals are still there, regardless of, going into last night, that being at 1-4 and dropping some games that we dropped a close one down in Key West. That, I saw some flashes of what our team could be like, and then, we came back after that and kind of got our butts kicked by Archbishop McCarthy's, good program. And it came to the realization of, like, how do we want our season to end? But our goals are still there. Our goals are still obtainable. We have an opportunity to kind of run the table if we, play into our thing. But it's the maturity of our seniors and the maturity of the young athletes that we have on the field playing that have been learning to mature throughout the game. A lot of these kids are playing maybe a year or a couple months, probably a year earlier than they would normally play. And just seeing that growth and them learning from their mistakes each week has been awesome to see. And then I also just contest to our coaching staff. Our coaching staff has done a great job with those guys and understanding that, we all knew that it was going to be growing pains. We were going through growing pains each week. But we knew that the talent is there. We just needed a break and kind of put everything together. And we saw that break last week against Heritage. It didn't come out in our favor in terms of the win, but we learned a lot from that. And we just took all that and kind of brought it into the show week and, for last night. And we knew it was going to be a battle. Last night's game was a battle all the way to the end.
Coach said a couple interesting things there, especially about the young guys coming in. when you have a couple losses in the early part of the season, and you don't necessarily want to lose the heads of the players as well, and especially with young guys who you're trying to get mature throughout the season. Tell me a little bit about how you kept the message in focus, even if you lose a game bad, or even in a good loss, so to speak. What do you tell you guys to sort of keep everybody's head on the same goal?
Continue to trust each other, continue to rely on one another, lean on each other. During our bye week, we had the Marine Corps come in and work out with us and kind of just build that trust factor and trust each other. We're all going to be as strong as our weakest link, and that bye week was a great week for us. We were able to kind of get back healthy. We were able to do that team bonding and leadership building with our seniors and with our young guys, and I just continue to preach trust one another. I mean, we're only going to be as good as a team if we trust each other. And it's shown. It's shown from that bye week, from that workout. I've just seen a change in the seniors, the captains, and then even the young guys who have been playing.
Coach, when you establish some of the leaders to the seniors, the older guys that you're looking to bring the younger group along, do you tell those guys at the beginning part of the season, in the middle of the season, hey, we're looking for you to be our leader, we're looking for you to be the team's leader, lead by example, vocal leader, whatever it might be? Or is this sort of the thing where you leave it open season and you see sort of who grasps it, who has an opportunity to take a leadership role? Number one, which way do you do it? Number two, who have been your crucial leaders this year?
No, it's by the captains that we have. We got 4 captains, and each one of them have a different leadership quality. Some are vocal, some lead by example, and I just tell them, hey man, just continue to get these guys to build and to believe under you, and take the bull by the horn. And one of our leaders that really stepped up the last couple of weeks, has been Devontae Oliver. He got more vocal. He started to understand, what his senior year wanted to be like. He started to understand a couple different things, and he started just showing them a little bit, and they've kind of feed off his energy, and along with Lazard Sterling's energy, Marquise Griffiths, and Zeke Serafin. They all have different personalities, different energies, and they've kind of started bringing that to practice, and everybody's kind of been leeching onto that. So it's been great to see. We tell them, and I tell them that, hey, every day is going to be different. Every day is going to be a different way of leading. We just got to see which one is going to stick and kind of move forward with it.
Coach, to this point, 6 games in and a little over halfway through the season, tell me a little bit, what has surprised you about this year's Somerset Canyons football team?
The resiliency of our team. Our defense has been lights out the last couple of weeks, and they've been getting better every day. The resiliency of them just kind of learning and adjusting as the games go, and kind of just allowing us offensively to kind of get the ball moving. But I think, honestly, it's just the way that we've been able to kind of gel together after the first 4 weeks of the season.
And, Coach, tell me, in terms of progression throughout the season, when you only have a couple days, especially with the weather, and with all these practices, games, postponed, canceled, moved, you never know what happens. Tell me, how did you kind of keep the progression rolling, especially in a South Florida fall like this season and summer, where the weather is such an impeding obstacle for every team to continue to get better during the season?
Yeah, it's kind of how we adjust. I mean, how do we adjust to adversity? And that's, I think, part of how we kind of take each game and each week is, we don't know if we're going to get a full practice in. So if we don't get a full practice in, we got to find ways to kind of still get the guys engaged, whether it's film, whether it's workouts. I think the last 2 weeks have been probably the best 2 weeks in terms of getting practices in. I mean, prior to that, I think we're averaging maybe a day and a half of practice, and then that shows and that translates to the games on Friday nights, especially in the first half. But, everybody's going through it. We're not the only one down in South Florida going through it, so we kind of just do the best we can and just take advantage of whatever opportunity we have when we do have it.
Coach, what have you as a coach, as a coaching staff, what have you guys learned from coaching this team in terms of how you handle certain things? Is there anything that you guys have taken away through 6 games?
It's a entirely new coaching staff, 2 new coordinators on both sides of the ball. Them understanding that we were going to be young. We were going to be young and inexperienced. And not so much of the level of, grades, but just more so the inexperience. And we knew that it was going to be growing pains each and every week, and we were just going to have to be patient with it. And the coaching staff has been great with the development and the patience of each guy that that's been playing on all three phases of the game.
And Coach, what aspect of the Somerset Canyons football team, in terms of position group, player, that would you say is the most unsung part of the team, unheralded, hasn't necessarily gotten their flowers yet, but you're really pleased with their progression and contribution?
You know what? Our entire defense, our front seven, has really showed out the last couple weeks, and last night was a big testament to their game. Our front seven has been doing a great job on keeping our DBs and linebackers and the opportunity to kind of play their game. Our offensive line have been developing the last 3 weeks nicely. We're kind of just by committee, so it's been great to kind of see everybody little by little continue to get better. And but I definitely got to say our front seven and our defense.
Coach, second win of the year yesterday against Kings Academy. Coming off of a win is an interesting week of practice, especially with an extra day. Tell me what's going to be the message in terms of learning to build off of the win, establish momentum, continue after a district championship like that to continue to get better and to capitalize on a moment, a little bit of momentum. What are you telling your guys? What's going to be a key in practice to make sure you guys continue to build off this?
Yeah, it's exactly that, kind of to build off the momentum and look at the games that we have ahead. And, an opportunity to kind of run the table for us and an opportunity to kind of win the rest of the season. If we play, how we played the last 2 weeks and we played a complete game and we play all 48 minutes, we got really special stuff going on for us, but we just kind of stay the course. We'll enjoy the win last night. We'll enjoy it, and then we'll get back in this weekend and start getting ready for True North next week. We got 3 games in 8 days starting next week. Play True North on the 17th, and then we have our makeup game against Somerset Academy on Monday, and then we play Clewiston. So we're going to be battle tested in terms of, but our focus right now is going to be True North next Friday.
Coach Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Gameday Kaiser's Coach's Corner. Coach, I'm going to ask you to nitpick a little bit. You had a great win yesterday. You're really pleased with what the defense has done. But what's something that the team needs to continue to get better at, that you're really not pleased and it needs to continue to get honed in practice and all that training? What is that to you?
We got to continue to be consistent up front on the offensive line and, protecting the quarterback and not giving up, some sacks and, kind of just staying the course there and continuing our run game, it's special teams, some areas that we got to continue to fix and go with. But we just got to stay the course, stay the course of that. But I would say probably definitely our offensive line continue to just fight through it and continue to get better at it.
And, Coach, last couple of things here. You mentioned that you have 2 brand-new coordinators, a lot of new in the coaching staff. Tell me about how that's made your life differently in terms of how you've approached this team versus teams of the past. Have you taken on more of a delegation role? Have you had more of a hand in everything as a head coach of the team? How do you approach having a coaching staff as the sort of chief of staff, CEO of the team? And how has that changed this year with developing your new staff?
Our definitely talent level is a little different from what I have in the past. A lot of them graduated last year. Our coordinator from last year went to Georgia and had an opportunity over there. Our offensive coordinator, moved to Georgia this past season. And before that, our offensive coordinator is now the head coach at Lake Worth. So the last 3 years, we actually had 3 different offensive coordinators. So it's been kind of just the transitioning of the terminology and the philosophy and just kind of gelling with the personnel that we have on offense. But I definitely this year have taken a more of a hands-on role on both sides of the ball in terms of just making sure that we're good. I'm an offensive guy, so I got more hands-on on the offensive side. But on the defensive side, Coach Leggett, Stephen Leggett, he's been doing a great job, and we communicate, we talk all the time, and make sure that we're on top of what we got game plan wise. And I fully trust him and what he's got going on and what he's been able to do with our defense, with the talent that we have. He's been doing a great job.
And, Coach, with your culture that you've built and your time that you've been there at Somerset Canyons, what has been sort of the thing that you're really pleased with in terms of how the guys, the coaching staff, the team, the school, the area has adopted the culture that you're trying to set with your football program?
I got to say, man, they've been really patient. We've had some pretty good teams in years past. We've had, some up and down seasons, and just kind of seeing the growth of our program from 2017 to now, and kind of just the opportunities that we've had in years past, and kind of finally getting over that hump. I'm just pleased with just the support that we have in the school, the community. I told our AD yesterday one of the best things that was awesome to see last night was, seeing the head girls soccer coach, the head boys basketball coach, the head girls basketball coach, all teams that have been very successful in the last couple of years in our school, all there supporting with their teams and all that. So it's been a family. It's a family-built atmosphere, and it really showed last night, seeing all them support us. And they knew that we had an opportunity on the line to, make history, and they were there to share that, and it was awesome to see.
Well, Coach, history was made. Congratulations on the great win yesterday over Kings Academy. Best of luck the rest of the way. I appreciate you giving me the time on a Friday night like this on an off day. But look forward to talking again soon, all right?
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for having me.
You got it. That's Coach Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons football. A big win yesterday in the district championship over Kings Academy, 22-7. Colin Russo here from the City Play Studios. We'll take a time out here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game show. We're live at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Appreciate both the coaches for giving us the time. Alex Gonzalez of Somerset Canyons, who had a big win yesterday to win districts over Kings Academy. Appreciate him giving us the time. If you missed any of that, you missed any of Nick LaSala of Spanish River, go listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We had a packed week of district matches, district, back and forth battles, including Jensen Beach and John Carroll Catholic. We actually won't hear from Tim Caffey today, unfortunately, but they won. Jensen Beach, that is, won over John Carroll 21-20. So a good, talk about 2 of the top tier defenses and 2 of the top tier programs in the area, in the Treasure Coast, Palm Beach County area. Look no further than what Tim Caffey and Mickey Grudy do with those 2 programs. Atlantic High School had a slugfest with Coconut Creek. 33-30 was the final score. Atlantic won that one. So Atlantic High School took down Coconut Creek 33-30. West Boca took down Royal Palm 31-30. I know they were up early in that one, and then they got hit with actually a weather delay. Surprise, surprise. But after the weather delay, West Boca was able to handle things, and Royal Palm suffers their second loss of the season. And on top of that, Olympic Heights, Palm Beach Christian. Olympic Heights won 56-0 today over Palm Beach Christian. Good for Olympic Heights. That's a lopsided affair there. No contest, 56-0. And St. Andrews, Jimmy Robertson had those guys ready to play against Somerset Academy Keys. They won 59-12. 59-12. Oh, my goodness. A lot of points scored tonight throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Fort Pierce Central, we want to talk about a lot of points. Mike Watkins, head coach at Fort Pierce Central, had those guys ready to rock and roll. 49-0 was the final score on Fort Pierce Central over the Treasure Coast. As for some other scores in the area, we had a couple lightning delays from throughout, but Jupiter won easy, looking for a final score there. But I know Jason Cradman, head coach of Jupiter Warrior football, had those guys ready to go. So, but I do know they won, and I do know there was a weather delay, and I do know that Dwyer was in a weather delay as well, but I did not see a final score. I also did not see a final score in the Wellington game. So whether that got delayed, postponed, I'm waiting to see what happened with the Jupiter Wellington game. Our HSS Game of the Week, of course, if you missed any of that, you want to watch it back, you can listen to it back. ESPN Top 63 on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. You can catch our full coverage with Christian Catt and Jimmy Bell on the call from throughout the game. A 13-6 slugfest, defensive-minded. That's the old school football that we love watching so much. That's what you saw in the Martin Bowl, and where Martin County wins yet another game in a row, and South Fork falls to 3-4. As for some of the other games in the area, I know Gardens and Dwyer were postponed. Vero Beach won over Rockledge. Wow. But we know that Atlantic won. We know that West Boca won. Glade Central and Bishop Verot were in a tight match in that first half. I did not see a final score. If you have that, please, you could let me know. But I know that Omar Hogebook had all he could handle. And from what I saw last, it was 7-5 at the end of the third quarter. So I believe we're in the fourth quarter of that one. 7-5, Glade Central over Bishop Verot. So we'll see what happens with one of the two contenders in the Muck Bowl. We know Pahokee won yesterday, and then Glade Central looking to win today. As for some of the games, speaking of Pahokee, they played yesterday 40-0. They won that one over Forest Hill. Pahokee's number 5 in our ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings, while Glade Central is actually at 6. And Pahokee won yesterday. Spanish River, we heard from Nick LaSala earlier in the program. They beat Stoneman Douglas 42-0. They had a game on Monday, and then they had the early game on Thursday. So basically 2 full games, or partly 2 games, the Seminole Ridge on Monday and then Stoneman Douglas on Thursday. That is not easy. I don't care if it's professional, if it's high school, pee-wee. Playing 2 tackle football games in a 3-day stretch, we'll get the best of anyone. 4 days if you really want to get dialed down to it. But that is not easy for those guys, and they won both the games, and they won 4 in a row now. Nick LaSalle is getting everybody riled in the right direction in his first year being the head coach down there. Lake Worth took down John I, lopsided the affair there, 41-0. John I could not get a point on the board. And then we talked about Alex Gonzalez, the head coach at Somerset Canyons, winning over Dan Burek and Kings Academy, 22-7. That team was 1-4 going into the game, and they were able to knock down Kings Academy to win their district championship and sort of get the monkey off their back against that team, 22-7 on that front. Nothing gets me jazzed for football season, quite like what bowl season can do for you, because with college football tomorrow, you got a big slate, a lot of top 10 matchups. The 2025 Boca Raton Bowl, it's going to be kicking off its 12th year. Tuesday, December 23rd, mark your calendars, 2 p.m., FAU Stadium, Flagler Credit Union Stadium, down in Boca. The game's going to air on ESPN. It's going to have 2 of the biggest and best teams from the group of 5 that are going to battle it out for their chance at the title. More information can be found today. All you got to do is go to BocaRatonBowl.com. Follow along on Twitter at Boca Bowl and Facebook.com/Boca Bowl for more updates as we inch closer to the 2025 Boca Raton Bowl, Tuesday, December 23rd. Flagler Credit Union Stadium down in Boca. We'll take a time out here, close you out, send you off into your weekend. We'll give you the final scores that we have from throughout the area on the other side of things. Stick around for it. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS on ESPN 106.3.
How you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
Attention business owners, the next several months are going to be super busy. Why not let us take some of the burden off of you? Get the help you need from Intelligent Office in Palm Beach Gardens. Professional live receptionists to answer, screen, and forward all of your calls to you live. Why do you need a virtual assistant? No high salaries, no holidays or sick pay, no call-outs, no turnover, and no additional equipment. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to learn more how we can help you streamline your day.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith, Ball, Baez & Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez & Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez & Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8-star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSIsYes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo rolling on here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day postgame presented by HSS Florida. We're at the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. We had a couple of coaches on. If you miss any of that, you just got to go to Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Just search up ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. You can see our full catalog of coach interviews. I got a Bishop Verot Glade Central score update. I'm seeing 14-9, I believe. 14-9, or 14-5, excuse me. Glade Central is up over Bishop Verot, and that's for a district title. How about that? So Glade Central, I believe they were down 5-0 at halftime, too. So Omar Hoggabook has the Raiders on a second-half run here and have shut down Bishop Verot 14-5 with about 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. When we get a final score, we will keep you updated on that front. You could also listen in and tune in to all of our coverage on ESPN Top 63, YouTube, and Twitter/Instagram, where we have all the updates from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area, including ESPN West Palm on Instagram. You can catch all our high school coverage. And also stick around because you're going to have tonight our digital show with Theo Dorsey, where they'll go through all the highlights from throughout the area, and they'll go through some of the biggest plays, biggest wins, and with an implicating week like this week where it's all teams that are in district games or district title games or implicating playoff matchup games. That's what this week has been. And there have been a couple good ones, and I think maybe the game of the week, the Built Ford Tough of the Week, has got to be that John Carroll Jensen Beach game, 21-20. Jensen Beach taking down John Carroll Catholic in a back-and-forth affair. That's got to be the closest, most intense game of the day. So congratulations to Tim Caffey and Jensen Beach for getting that one done, because that is a defensive-minded game. 21-20 is a high-scoring affair if you're Jensen Beach. But that was one of our better games of the day. We'll see what happens in the Bishop Verreau game. As for some of the other games that have went on to this point from throughout the Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast area, you can catch all of our final scores at ESPN Top 63 on Twitter. But in terms of what we've seen, Atlantic High School has beaten Coconut Creek 33-30. West Boca beat Royal Palm Beach 31-0. Olympic Heights beat Palm Beach Christian 56-0. St. Andrews beat Somerset Academy Keys 59-12. Fort Pierce Central, Mike Watkins, that's number 10 Fort Pierce Central for us as well, 49-0 over Treasure Coast. 49-0. Not a contest much there. West Boca took on Royal Palm tonight. Royal Palm, Sam Curry, that was a big test. That was probably the big test outside of going to Georgia a couple weeks ago. And West Boca, we know Dylan Potts. There's a lot of talent on that team. No surprise there that they were able to control the game with Mallory and company. And even with a weather delay, which we have seen entirely too much, if I may complain about the weather for 5 seconds, entirely too much from throughout this area. It feels like every game hits a lightning delay just about every day, whether it's Thursday game, Friday game, postponed practice. I've been talking to coaches from throughout the last couple weeks, and every single one of them tells me that once, if not twice a week, they are in the classroom instead of the practice fields because of the weather. And that is nothing we could do about it, but that is something that I think has become specifically an obstacle this year, more so than others, which has been bizarre to say the least. But this has been Colin Russo from the City Play Studios, where as we close out here on a Friday edition of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, Friday, October 10th. Appreciate everybody having us aboard. Appreciate you guys working through our technical difficulties that we had getting on the program earlier on in the day, but we were able to figure that out. Christian Cat, Jimmy Bell did a great job on the call. Appreciate Damian Perez and my pal Leo Greving for keeping us up over the airwaves back here at the City Play Studios. We will see you guys next week, same time, where we're going to have a packed evening of high school sports throughout Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, because that's what we do over here at ESPN West Palm. Make sure you follow us on our socials, ESPN Top 63, ESPN West Palm on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all those great places. Colin Russo here from the City Play Studios saying so long. We'll see you next time. This has been ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the Stone Belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones down in the Stone Belt, which is the southern part of the United